Good morning everyone and welcome to this day 3 of the Vitality County Championship Division 1 match between Somerset and Hampshire at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset will resume on 64. Play is due to get underway at 10:30 this morning. Somerset County Cricket Club would like to thank our principal county championship partner WPA Health Insurance for their continued support throughout 2024. Somerset County Cricket Club would like to thank our official match sponsor for this game, Alliance Medical. Founded in 1989, Alliance Medical Limited is Europe's leading independent provider of imaging services operating across the continent. In the UK, they deliver imaging services across 46 static sites and 64 mobile scanners, including the Diagnostic Centre at Blackbrook Business Park, Taunton. They're a trusted and sustainable partner to the NHS and also provide private healthcare imaging services for self-insured funding patients. Membership of Somerset County Cricket Club for the 2025 season is now on sale. You can purchase it via our website, or you can speak to our staff in reception of the Marcus Triscopic Pavilion today. We've teamed up as well with Thatcher as part of our membership launch to offer a special giveaway during this Vitality County Championship match. Anyone who purchases a full 2025 membership throughout the 4 days of this fixture will be entered into a prize draw to win a mixed case of Thatcher's cider.
how nice that was to push that back by a couple of hours.
Before we get underway today, let's just quickly remind you of the hours of play for day 3 of this Vitality County Championship Division 1 match between Somerset and Hampshire. There will be 104 overs in the day, assuming there is no rain. If there is no rain, lunch will be taken at 12:40 with tea at 3:30. Cricket Club, we stand against all forms of discrimination, and there's no place for it in our sport. We embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, we're stronger. We are dedicated to raising the game. If you witness it, challenge it, and call it out. Here at Somerset County Cricket Club, you can report an issue or concern by alerting a steward or by texting SCCC steward, followed by your message to 66777.
Good morning and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for day 3, potentially the final day of County Championship cricket here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. The scores are level, so Somerset, you could say, are 0 for 4. They are 60 for 4 in the second innings, but Stephen Lamb, they've got a lot of work to do to take this deep into day 3.
Yeah, there is. We've got two quality batters coming out to resume from overnight in Tom Kohler-Cadmore, top scorer in the first innings, and so far in the second, I would fancy. But can they pick up from where they've left off? It's cloudy overhead, and Hampshire will be fancying their chances of making further inroads in short order, especially that man, Kyle Abbott, who'll be looking to build on his 67 wickets against Somerset, which is a figure I find quite hard to take in, really.
Should we say it one more time? 67 in how many games?
Yeah, I've done Archie Vaughan a disservice. He's the top scorer so far in this innings, made 25.
He looked good for his 25. Archie Vaughan got 29 in the first innings, but the drives he played in the second innings were really impressive.
Yeah, he's one of those 4 who will take no further part in the innings. Also Tom Lammonby, Andy Umeed and Tom Abel, none of whom reached double figures. And Abbott has 3 of those 4 wickets. And he will be looking to add to that in very short order, because he's going to bowl the first ball of the morning from the River End. Defended comfortably enough. But that record that Abbott has against Somerset is phenomenal. And a thorn in their side for years.
So 67 wickets, and how many appearances was the stat?
I haven't got the exact number of appearances.
But the runs as well, when you open the batting, don't forget as well.
Sun's coming out, which Somerset will appreciate, I think. Slightly watery. Nice looking drive, but straight to backward point. Yard either side 4, but in the event, nothing. So this will, even though it's only day 3 of this 4-day game, it's highly likely to be the last one. Really disappointing lack of cricket in this last round of championship matches around the country. The weather forecast for tomorrow, incidentally, because it's probably not going to matter very much, is not good at all.
No, I don't think it'll be getting that far, but we appreciate the thought.
It's as pleasant right now as it's been all morning, actually.
Yeah, it's forecast to be warmer and sunny this afternoon. Dizzy heights of 14 degrees in the September sun is due.
Kyle Abbott won't want the sun, I don't think.
No, he'll enjoy the overcast conditions, won't he?
But he's got it at the moment.
Nice. Picking up in the effects mic. Nice, Kyle. Well bowled, Kyle. Thanks to those of you joining us on the Somerset live stream. A few a little bit late on the old live chat this morning. Some forgotten it's 11 o'clock start. Very quiet Saturday morning on the YouTube channel.
Into a little bit of a tangle with that, James Rue. But he's okay.
Hello to Mark Reeve, listening from the Somerset Cricket Museum bookshop. How great's that? Just the other side of the ground. Watching and learning, subscribing there. People joining the chat and the social side of watching the Somerset live stream late in the season.
We've got a distinguished guest coming in fairly shortly. I'll tell you more about that in a mo, as Abbott bowls the last ball of the first over of the day. And that's played comfortably enough all along the ground to backward point. Stephen Chalk has written many books about cricket, including one that is shortly to be published about one of the most colourful figures in the game's history, and certainly in our lifetime. And it's being published very soon, and in fact we're going to be able to find out more, because just as I said that, almost telepathy, saying that he'll be joining us quite shortly, he's walked in to the commentary box.
Shall I bring him into the attack alongside Mohammed Abbas?
I think we should. I don't think we should waste any time at all.
I'll make way and Mohammed Abbas can come on.
Yeah, it's the old firm in action out there, Mohammed Abbas and Kyle Abbott. Been in harness for a long time for Hampshire. Abbott 37 now, Abbas is 34, and both of them have been influential in this match already. How much more of a part have they got to play? Stephen Chalk, a very good morning to you.
Good morning, Stephen.
How are you doing? Came down
I'm
by
good.
train.
I've come down on the train today. A lovely morning. Not warm. Right, you can probably hear me better now.
It's chilly, isn't it? It's decidedly autumnal.
Yes, it feels like the season's gone on too long this year. Here's Abbas.
And you're here on what will almost certainly be the last day of the cricket season at Taunton.
It looks like it.
Just saying to Harry, disappointingly little cricket played in this last round of matches around the country.
It's always a risk going on this late into September that the weather turns before the season ends. Club cricket ended a month ago, didn't it?
But it's a lovely sight out there with this late summer sunshine on this famous ground. Played comfortably enough. Now, Brian Close was a highly successful captain here, inter alia. Extraordinary career. The book is called One Hell of a Life, and the subtitle is Daring, Defiant and Daft.
Correct.
You got to know him quite well.
Reasonably, but I know him as much through other people talking about him. I've never interviewed a cricketer of that period who hasn't had stories about him.
There are so many of them, and you've captured them all very well and very sympathetically, if I may say so.
Yes, well, it's warts and all. He had plenty of warts. He was a strange character. Somerset knew him past the age of 40 when he'd become this elder figure. He's almost like an overseas cricketer turning up from Yorkshire, bringing in a culture that sleepy Somerset had never known before. Wasn't a great deal of discipline in the side before those years, and he brought a sort of northern competitiveness to Somerset.
Still no run yet this morning, and not off that delivery either. Somerset stood effectively 0 for 4, although it says 60 for 4 on the scoreboard. Exact parity overnight in terms of runs.
Yes, I was watching you, well, not you, but I was watching Vic and commentating at the end of yesterday.
And the saddest thing, in a way, about Brian Close was that despite being a hugely successful captain of Yorkshire and briefly of England, it ended in tears in both cases.
Yes, it did. Yes, sacked from both jobs. I think they're different circumstances. I think the England sacking is almost the greatest cricketing injustice of that era. If you strip out the politics, I think you could argue that it was a worse injustice than the non-picking of Basil D'Oliveira the following year. It was a stitch-up. The people at MCC who ran the game weren't comfortable with him. He was a hugely successful captain of England. But it was sad because he didn't see the danger coming. With a little bit more, he never saw the danger coming. He trusted people too much. He lived life like he drove his cars far too fast with no sense of the danger ahead. I've got a whole chapter on his driving. Yeah, everybody's got a story about it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he drove very fast.
Sorry?
Drove very fast.
Very fast, yes, while reading The Sporting Life and mashing up a cup of tea and all sorts. Viv Richards has a story of him when he seems to be asleep at the wheel, driving at about 80 miles an hour. Yes, I've plenty of stories and plenty of cars written off along the way.
And
one was he was given a sponsored car as captain as part of some Ford promotional deal one year, and he had to go back for another one the very next day. Wrote it off on the first day.
quick word
But
for us.
you know, he lived his life like that. He was very trusting. I mean, the great thing about him, I was talking about Brearley only this week, and he used the phrase that he was strangely lovable, and that is something that comes through from talking to people, that despite this reputation as being tremendously fierce character, he wasn't quite that. And in his early life, he had a reputation in his early years at Yorkshire of being a bit of a hypochondriac, and yet you don't think of Brian Close as being a hypochondriac.
Well, no, his autobiography was called "I Don't Bruise Easily."
Yes. Yes.
Here's another run. Got a
Yes,
couple on
I
board
remember reading that when it first came out and thinking that he may have survived the physical bruises, but there are psychological bruises and scars on every page of this book. You know, he never fully recovered from the hurt of going to Australia for 6 months when he was 19. The way he was treated on that tour left a scar throughout his life, and recently some letters have come to light from that time, and it's a terribly sad story. Picked too young. Yorkshire advised them not to pick him.
Here's Abbott again. And comfortably defended. Yeah, two of the chapters. There's one called Too Young.
Yes.
And another called Too Old.
Yes, he was brought back. He played an innings here in May 1976 against the West Indians when they were skittling out teams. They'd just come down from Lords where the selectors had put up a strong England team and they'd been bowled out for next to nothing. People like Amos and Roop just didn't have the technique to play Holding and Daniel and Roberts, and he came, and down here he scored a very good 80 odd and 40 odd standing up to the quicks.
Nice stop in the covers there. That was possibly destined for the boundary, but
Yes.
for the intervention.
Yep, good diving stop. And somehow Tony Greig was his great fan
And
managed
he
to
was-
talk him back into the England team against the wishes of most of the selectors. Len Hutton was away, so it was 2-2, and he had the casting vote. Alec Bedser, the chairman, was most upset.
Oh, well, there's a play and a miss. Nearly another wicket for Kyle Abbott. James Rue survives. I think that passage of play at Old Trafford, I remember watching it live on television. It's one of the most dramatic, really, that I've seen in the game.
Yes. Well,
Michael Holding.
yes. Bowling short. He was up at the body, and I mean that and his innings against Wes Hall at Lords in '63. He was prepared to take the bruises on the body. When Ali, watch the next ball.
Comfortably played up to mid-off.
I think when Ali boxed against Frazier and allowed Frazier to exhaust himself punching him, he said, "That's how I'd fight. They'd never knock me down." And he really thought he could beat Muhammad Ali. He was unbeatable at anything. In his mind, by that stage, he thought he could do anything. And he was, well, it was a sad story, really, because, watch the next ball.
That's firm defence. We've touched on the loss of the England captaincy.
Yes.
The era that he was living in then was part of it, wasn't it? Cricket's changed so much since then.
Oh yes, it was still dominated by an amateur class at Lords, and I talked to Bob Barber recently, who was in the England team for the previous test at Headingley before Brian Close was brought in at captain, they're being murdered by the West Indies every match that summer. Colin Cowdrey was the captain. He said the whole atmosphere in the team was completely defeated. You know, they just expected to lose in 3 days and go home for the weekend. And he turned up at the Oval when Brian Close was captain. He said, suddenly you've got a captain come in who expected to win. They were there to win, you know, and gave them all this fresh confidence. And they won by an innings. I was there.
Here's Abbas, looking Hampshire to make this additional breakthrough. Hasn't come yet, but very early in the day. We've got 104 overs, incidentally.
Oh, yes.
Helps to make up for lost time yesterday.
Well, I shouldn't say it on a Somerset live stream, but I think these two bowlers are wonderful to watch. They're just perfect bowlers for English cricket, aren't they? I don't know how much longer they can go on, but I love watching Abbas. Every ball's in the right, and Abbott as well. They don't bowl bad balls, do they? He's not that quick, Abbas.
Oh, well, is that... it is first wicket of the morning. I'm not sure whether it's LBW. I think it may just have clipped the off bail.
Yeah, I can see the bail lying.
But Abbas has struck. Somerset are 62 for 5, and that is an important breakthrough. The first wicket of the day has gone, and it's an important one. It's Tom Kohler-Cadmore. He's gone for 17. Have another look at it. Yeah, it's just clipped. I think it's a mixture of the outside of the off stump and the off bail. So Mohammed Abbas has struck, and that is bad news for Somerset indeed.
It is. I fear I pulled a curse. Here we go again. Perfect ball, top of off.
Yeah, and had to play it, and a little bit of movement away.
Yeah.
Yeah, Abbas would enjoy watching the replay of that, but I don't think Tom Kohler-Cadmore will.
Yes. Oh dear. Yeah, I shouldn't have mentioned what I brought that on by praising him before the ball was bowled, didn't I?
There are many commentators' curses going back over the years. So you're not alone, Stephen. Yeah. So.
Yes, I think Hampshire have come close to winning the championship several times now, haven't they? And and you wonder how they've got superb bowling attack, and you just wonder how long it will last, whether they are going to win it ever with this generation of players.
Yeah, well, time is going by, isn't it?
It is. It is.
They seem to have been in harness, these two bowlers, since the dawn of time, almost.
Yeah. Barker's gone, hasn't he? Barker was they've got Fuller instead, but Dawson seems to me a better bowler than ever now.
Yeah, he's a very clever bowler, Liam Dawson.
And yes.
And looked it here, certainly in the first innings.
Oh yes, I think in the olden days he would be in the England team, but they've got a different idea now. Here we go, the first.
That is just, well, it's gone to the left of third slip, and it's going to go all the way down to the boundary. But that was a full stroke. I think we can.
Yep, it was an edge.
Say unarguably, yeah. There's a little bit of a gap there between second and third slips.
Yes,
if that gap had been tighter, that might have gone to hand.
Let's have another look. He's getting a little bit of nibble.
So Aldridge off the mark in fortuitous circumstances.
Yes, well, he took a lot longer to get off the mark in the first innings, didn't he? Yeah. Or did he get off the mark?
It was a 27-ball duck. One of 5 in the Somerset first innings, but he's avoided the pair.
Yes. 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 He's a little high at 7, isn't he?
Well, that's something that Somerset members would be arguing about, actually, because Lewis Gregory has tended to come in at 7, the captain. I think they want to encourage Casey Aldridge. He's a man with a future, and he has shown aptitude for batting both last season and this. So I think that's the rationale. But I'm sure everyone around the ground here, and it's quite a decent crowd. Yeah, there's a bit of grey in the sky above and behind the Somerset stand on view there. Don't know whether that's heading in our direction. It quite often does, actually. That's the westerly direction from where mucky weather quite often approaches.
Well, we're all
Taunton.
right today, I think.
The forecast is okay.
Not tomorrow, though, but I don't think there'll be a tomorrow.
We're talking about Abbas's action. It's very lithe and repeatable.
Yes, I like that in a bowler.
Successful over for him. He's got 2 wickets to Abbott's 3. These 2 bowlers, the only wicket takers so far. Talking about Liam Dawson, he bowled 9 overs yesterday, and we might see him again. But in the meantime, it's up to the old firm.
But yes, going back to Brian Close, the way they were due to tour the West Indies that winter. He had a record of captained England 7 times, won 6, and had the upper hand in the 7th one in a draw.
Pretty phenomenal, really.
A phenomenal record, but even before the incident which led to his sacking, there were people at Lord's who were saying he's not a suitable person to captain us in the West Indies. There'll be incidents and he'll make them worse.
Quick, but not quite on target from Abbott.
And but I think actually Brian Close always got on well with the West Indians. They liked the way he played. He was a great friend of Gary Sobers, and you know the way he stood up to Wes Hall and Charlie Griffith. And he never moaned about any of that. He didn't create on the field of play. I don't think anybody who played with him had a problem with him. I think the problems were all between him and the administrators, because he didn't bow his knee. You say he called his autobiography "I Don't Bruise Easily."
Abbott again.
But he wanted to call it. You carry on talking about the next ball. I've got to try and remember the line in the song.
Yeah, Carl Abbott, who's looking.
I took the blows. I took the blows.
And did it my way.
Yes. And he certainly took enough blows in his life of all sorts. And the end of his life was quite sad in a way, because he smoked 60 cigarettes a day, even when he was dying of lung cancer. And he spent all his money at the bookmakers and finished up in, for him, relative poverty.
Oh, that's a beauty. I think he was playing at that, James Rowe. We'll have another look. Let's see from that angle, that might be able to, from another, here we go.
No, he pulled away.
He just pulled his bat inside the line. It's something that left-handers do.
Yeah.
Marcus Trescothick used to do it. Just pulling the bat inside the line at the last possible moment.
Yes. Yeah, we're behind the batsman here, aren't we?
Yeah.
So it's not so easy to judge that.
He did quite well to live into his 80s on 60 fags a day, Brian Close.
Sorry?
He did well on 60 fags a day to live so long.
No, he wouldn't admit he'd got cancer. He just said he got a slight lung infection. He would never admit it. I mean, one of the reasons Yorkshire sacked him, there were 3 reasons Yorkshire sacked him.
And this after winning 4 county championships
and 2 Gillette Cups in 8 years. Yes, outstanding. There were 3 reasons he was sacked. One, because he hated the Sunday League and didn't take it seriously at a time when across the Pennines Lancashire were winning it and drawing massive crowds in and making a fortune from one-day cricket. And he was making statements saying it was rubbish and ruining the game. The second was that he was very loyal to the team he'd got, which was getting old, and he wasn't very good at promoting youngsters into the team, so they said he was bad with youngsters. And thirdly, they had a medical report saying he had barely 1 more year's cricket left in his body.
That's a strangulated appeal. There was bat involved in that.
And of course he came down here, and first thing to say is that after 3 or 4 years here, Somerset had this golden crop of youngsters. Viv Richards, Ian Botham, Vic Marks, Peter Roebuck, and he was brilliant with them. Absolutely brilliant. He and Tom Cartwright as coach were perfect.
That was a great signing, wasn't it, Tom Cartwright?
Oh yes, Oh, yeah, the two of them, I've got a lovely... I remember interviewing Peter Roebuck about this, got a lovely long quote from him about their joint input into Ian Botham. Tom with his technical skill and Brian Close with his, competitiveness and he moulded, and Viv Richards, who was quite a laid-back, sort of dreamy sort of character initially, and Brian Close had a real go at him and said, you're not making the most of your talent, you're going to, take it, concentrate a bit more, which of course he did. And so that, and of course, so the three reasons: one, he wasn't very good with youngsters, he was brilliant for them down here. Two, he had only barely one more year left in him. He had 7 more years. and his batting down here, when he had to bat at number 3 and bat properly, not just go in and slog quick runs because Yorkshire were trying to set up a declaration, he had the best batting of it and got back in the England team in the 6th year of him being down here. And then thirdly, the one-day cricket. Well, actually, Somerset started to be a very good one-day team under his captaincy. Very nearly won a trophy.
Well, absolutely. And
so he was a major part of Somerset winning those trophies under Brian Rose. Yeah. I mean, what Tom and Brian did in those years before passing on to Brian Rose set the whole thing up beautifully, and they became a great side. And I don't think that would have happened if Brian Close hadn't come down, if they'd mucked along as they were.
Yeah. Never actually lifted a trophy here himself, but no doubt.
There was this tragic day at Cardiff when a lot of people remember all the coaches going over to Cardiff. They all arrived before the gateman. They all piled into the ground without paying, much to the horror of Wilf Fuller, the Glamorgan secretary. And this game they lost by 1 run, a run out on the last ball. And if they'd tied, they would have won the Sunday League. And there was even a muck-up on the scoreboard. The Glamorgan score went up by 1 at some stage of the Somerset innings. So some people in the crowd thought they had tied and won the trophy. It was just a disaster. And the one thing is, it's the only time anybody can remember in the whole of Brian Close's career where he actually admitted that he got anything wrong.
Really?
It was always somebody else's fault every time he was out. Every time anything went wrong, there was always somebody else to blame. And on that occasion, he gave an interview after saying, I did 4 things wrong in the game, and I can only blame myself. And nobody could believe he'd said it. He could not be beaten. There was always some other explanation why he'd got out or why they'd lost the game.
Here's a pass. Going to be a single comfortably here. Just found a little gap between that ring of fielders on the offside. 68 for 5, Somerset. 69. Effectively 60 up to 69 with that single. Effectively 9 for 5, so there's an awful lot for them still to do to set Hampshire any kind of a target here at Taunton. Day 3, but we reckon it's the final day of the season here.
And the sun is getting brighter, isn't it?
Yeah, it is indeed. Stephen Chalk alongside me, who has completed, well, I think I can probably say an excellent book about
Well, you
Brian
have read
Close.
it, haven't you? Even though it's not been published,
I count myself very fortunate to have read it at such an early stage.
Yes.
You
I think I was always... I feel it's... I've written about 20 cricket books, and this one feels like the one that's always been in me. I wanted to write. Brian Close has interested me more than any other cricketer of that era. It's such a fascinating character. But I wouldn't have wanted to do a book with him because you would just have got caught up in all his excuses and justifications. And I think standing back from him, now that he's died, a fabulous interview with his daughter. Wonderful insights into him at home.
And you got a rather lovely email from his daughter once she had found the time to read the book, because she was quite busy, wasn't she?
Yes.
But she sent you a lovely email.
She did. It was quite moving. She said she'd been moved to tears by part of the book, and she'd come to see her father in a different light in certain respects. She'd helped her to understand him better. I thought that was, that gave me a real glow, because I was trying to get close to who the man was, not just
Close to close.
Yeah, close to close, not just what scores he'd made and what he'd done in his cricket, but what the thread of his life was. He was this supremely talented 18-year-old. Played for England at 18. Did the double, 1,000 runs and 100 wickets at 18. And Trevor Bailey said he'd never seen a better young player than Brian Close at 18 until he saw Sachin Tendulkar 40 years later. But then he hardly ever... somehow it didn't quite happen at Test level.
Still a Bass. Played comfortably enough by Aldridge. He's on 5 to Roos 10. 69 for 5 Somerset here at Cooper Associates County Ground. Hampshire very much on top. Game, if they do win it, they will maintain their position. Second in the table behind the champions, Surrey. Disappointing, Stephen, that we thought at the end of the previous game here when Somerset beat Surrey in the most extraordinary of circumstances.
Oh, one of the great games, wasn't it?
It was.
A game of the ages. There have been several great games this summer. I've watched a lot of streaming. I watched the end of that game at Cheltenham where the tie on the last ball.
James Bracey.
Yes.
What a catch.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. I went to the first day of that game with, I think, 17 wickets fell, and everybody was saying this is not going to last till the third day. And they were last ball of the last day. Tie, 592, wasn't it? There have been some great games this summer. County cricket still throws up some wonderful contests.
Yeah, it's a funny ground, Cheltenham, isn't it? Because you can, if you get in.
Oh yes.
When the wicket is settled down,
it runs away very easily on the outfield.
Is this taken? No. Not sure whether that carried or not. We'll have another look from the other side, but I don't think that quite carried into the slip cordon. That's on initial assessment. No, I think it's just bouncing in front. With the shadows, it's quite hard to tell.
They didn't. He dives across, doesn't he? But
yeah, there wasn't any.
It's not going to carry to the slip it's going to, but the one who dives across gets very close to the pitch of it, doesn't he?
The body language didn't look particularly dispirited.
No.
Nice clip off the toes. It's going to be 4. That's raced away. This outfield is extremely damp, but that didn't make any difference. He got all the bat on that.
Maybe this is Casey Aldridge's day.
No. But yeah, no, that Cheltenham game, absolutely fantastic.
Yes, it was. Yes, there've been some very good games. But to beat Surrey here, that was...
It was sensational because it was a game that was going nowhere, really, round about an hour before the scheduled close. Dom Sibley and Ben Folkes were well established. They weren't batting to win the game, they were just batting to draw it.
That was wonderful to watch, and 2 spin bowlers in operation, bowling more than the regulation number of overs in the last hour, 2 bustling through their overs, weren't they?
Yeah, and
don't forget that Brian Close was sacked from the England captaincy because captaining Yorkshire in a game at Edgbaston, his Yorkshire team slowed things down to such an extent that they only bowled 15 overs in the last hour, and that was considered sufficiently serious to take the England captaincy away from him.
This is played out to deep mid-wicket. They know there's not going to be anything more than a single. It's the end of Kyle Abbott's over. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 18 Abbott, and Abbas, who has the 1 wicket to have fallen this morning, 2 for 32. That is the dart.
Change of bowling.
Yeah, it's going to be
Dawson,
Liam Dawson. Yeah, who always wears his sunglasses whether the sun's out or not. They're entirely justified at the moment because it is. Yeah, and another sort of big moment of the season, the West Country T20 final. Somerset the holders, of course.
I know. Well,
but having to surrender.
I'm chairman of the West of England Cricket Society, and I was looking forward to sending the email saying how delighted I was that both our counties have won a trophy this year. But in the end, it's only Gloucestershire have won, and Somerset could still finish second in all three, which is, put in context, that's still a hell of an achievement.
Oh, it is, absolutely.
For a county that doesn't have a test ground and all the revenue that comes, and isn't a venue for T20, so this is a very successful county.
First ball of the day from Dawson is defending. Yeah, they can lay claim to being the best all round.
Yes, well, they do a table, somebody, don't they, where they add up points for each of the competitions, and I'm fairly sure Somerset will finish top of that.
Yeah, there was...
But no trophy, of course.
No trophy, and talking of that, which may be rather painful for Somerset listeners, but there was a rather moving picture I saw.
Yes.
Of James Bracey taking the trophy up to Sid Lawrence. Yeah. The Gloucestershire president and former England player, of course, former England fast bowler.
Got motor neurone disease. He's in a very bad way. He's got a book coming out next year, his story. There's a wonderful story in his book. I've seen some of the chapters. Can I tell this story?
You can. You're allowed.
Yes. It involves coming here, actually. Sid Lawrence, as you know, of West Indian parentage, grew up in Gloucester. Taken on the staff at Bristol when Tony Brown, who was the secretary, the former Gloucestershire captain, was the secretary, what you'd call a chief executive now. And Sid was staying with his sister in St Paul's, an area of Bristol which has got quite a lot of immigrants traditionally in it from those days, West Indians. Anyway, on one occasion he got into a bit of trouble and finished up in the police station, and that all got sorted out. Then on a second occasion he was out shopping in the centre of Bristol, and a couple of friends pulled up in a car and said, "Do you want a lift home?" And he got in, and the police stopped, and it was a stolen car. So he's back in facing charges. This is through no fault of his own. Anyway, and so this is problems. So he's a young player, not yet broken through into the team. So after he comes out of custody, he's told to report 9 o'clock the next morning to the county ground in Bristol to meet Tony Brown. So he dresses up as smart as he can, thinking he's about to be sacked. Turns up, Tony Brown pulls in his cars. With barely a word, says, "Get in the passenger seat," and sets off. Not a word spoken on the way. Drives off. Doesn't tell him where they're going, what they're doing. Drives down here, parks the car, gets out, takes him into a room and says, "Stay there." And a few minutes later, in comes Viv Richards, who gives him a hell of a talking to about what's required to be a professional cricketer as a young black man. And he said it changed his life. Very inspirational. Wow. Wonderful story.
Well, what a player to come in and give him a talking to.
Speaks well of Viv, and it speaks very well of Tony Brown, actually, who isn't everybody's cup of tea down here.
Here is Kyle Abbott starting a new over. 75 for 5 here, Somerset, just 15 runs ahead. But so Hampshire very much in control still.
So, yes, going back to the West of England Cricket Society, I better give that a plug, hadn't I?
You should,
because,
certainly.
We've got our winter programme coming.
Mark Alleyne
is our first speaker. That's serendipitous, because not for Somerset supporters who turn up in numbers to our meetings, but
Peter Trigo.
Peter Trigo later in the winter. We've got an umpires' day with Graham Burgess, Mike Burns and Sam Hollingshead, 3 generations of umpires, talking about how umpiring has changed in the game. We've got a session on the founding and current work of the PCA with the current Chief Executive Daryl Mitchell and the founder Fred Rumsey. We've
Marvellous.
got Graham Gooch in November. We've got Patrick Eager coming to show his cricket photographs and talk about them. So we've got a terrific programme. Now, can you, if anybody wants details, they can contact you and you'll put them on to me, won't
Widcombe
you?
Social Club.
Widcombe Social Club, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Tea and biscuits in the interval. It's a lovely afternoon. We get a big crowd.
Well, it's that taken it is. That's a fine catch at third slip. It's the end of Casey Aldridge. 75 for 6 now. It's not going back towards Somerset this game. Aldridge into double figures, but then soon out afterwards. And that, again, that seems to be taking Hampshire closer to a win they're expecting here.
Well, that's actually the third time he's hit it almost exactly there, and the other 2 times once it went through the gap at the other end and once it fell a millimetre or 2 short, didn't it? So he's got away with it twice, but not the third time. They have caught well in this game, haven't
they have indeed. There was actually one missed early on, which was quite important by the man who's walking off at the moment, Casey Aldridge, at second slip. He dropped Toby Albert, the Hampshire opener, who went on to go into the 70s. But on the whole, the catching has been good. That's a very strong batting lineup for the Cricket Society coming up.
Yes.
Stephen, it's absolute joy to see you.
Oh, thank you. Well, last plug for the book, One Hell of a Life. Brian Close, Daring, Defiant and Daft, out in October.
And
if they want a signed copy, get in touch with you, Stephen, and you can put them on to me, but it'll be available from all the outlets.
And I guarantee, I've read it myself, and I guarantee I haven't read a book about a cricketer where there's been an entire chapter devoted to his driving. And that's not cover driving either.
yes, no, that's right.
But thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
And the book coming out very soon.
Yep, I should be collecting it from the printers in about 10 days' time, so I'll have copies very, very soon.
Good stuff. Stephen Chalk, see you during the winter. Many thanks.
Thank you, Stephen,
for your company. 75 for 6 then is that rather gruesome looking scoreboard. James Rue is still there for 10, and the skipper has joined him. Conversation between the two of them. And we never know what the two batters are saying to each other on occasions like this. How can we? It's usually very quiet. I'm sure the fielders can't hear either. I doubt whether the umpires can. But Somerset in pretty parlous state here. They're just 15 runs ahead, and they've only got 4 second innings wickets left. Lovely to chat to Stephen Chalk, and I strongly recommend One Hell of a Life, Brian Close. Great figure down here. Came down at what many would have thought was the very end of his career, and was captain for a long time here at Taunton. 7 seasons. Abbott is in. It's played, I think, with intent down into the slip cordon. Welcome back, Harry Everett.
Yeah, back to this game. Ball doing a bit, Stephen. It's not been easy with Casey Aldridge and James Rue. Well, now Lewis Gregory and James Rue got a bit of a challenge. Abbott and Abbas are class bowlers, aren't they? They wobble it around, they hit a 6pence or a 5pence, as we talked about yesterday.
Yeah, very similar sized coins.
Yes, it's sunny, but I feel like September sun doesn't mean it's not going to swing around. Do you know what I mean? Because there are a few clouds around, a little bit of moisture in the pitch.
Here is Abbott.
That's actually bounced a lot. That's bounced more than previous balls. I thought this kind of wicket might be more LBWs coming into play, which we did see Liam Dawson, 3 of his 4 wickets in the first innings were LBWs. But even for the seamers, you think attack the wickets, attack the pads, maybe get those first slip grabs. But that one has flown through. Bit of sunshine on it this morning has baked the pitch a little bit. This Gregory just working out exactly where the slips are. Is he having a bit of a word with James Vince? I wouldn't expect that. A bit of a glare from Lewis Gregory towards his opposite skipper.
It's off the middle. Carl Abbott took his first innings wickets from the Marcus Trescothick end. He's been bowling from the River End this morning. Interested to see it, because on day 1 he bowled just 1 over from the River End, and then it seemed like he didn't fancy it, and he came back to this one. He seems all right there this morning. 4 for 18. Now taken 68 wickets against Somerset.
You're on Carl Abbott wicket tally. GT.
I don't know why. It is quite something, though.
What a shot
That's a lovely shot.
That's the shot of the morning so far. Lewis Gregory through the colour. It's not raced away. He absolutely nailed it. That shows how much rain we've had the last few days, because you can't hit the ball, time the ball much better than that, and it's not flown, but it's got enough.
Yeah, well, we were walking on the outfield this morning, weren't we? And it's felt damp all the way through this game. But the speed with which that went over it belied that dampness, really. Tribute to Lewis Gregory's timing.
Indeed, he's one of the best times of the ball when he gets going, when he's in form. Not got a massive amount of runs this year, Lewis Gregory, but has had a few injuries, a few niggles. Batting down as low as 7 or 8, giving Case Shoulders a chance at 7, which I don't mind. I don't think Case Shoulders is too high at 7. I just think he's not in form at the moment. I think Case Shoulders is number 7 bat, maybe even number 6 bat. You know, yourself and Mr. Chalk chatting about that, but I just think he's not got the runs since that England-Sri Lanka game when he batted well, or the Leicestershire semi-final of the One Day Cup. He was in form with bat and ball for a little while in August. James Rew, a bit like what Ben Brown did to the spinners. I think James Rew is going to sweep spin quite a lot here.
Yeah, that was middled, but there's protection on the boundary at deep mid-wicket. Just a single for James Rew.
Abbas and Abbott have had their morning spell. We'll see a bit of Liam Dawson.
In Hampshire's morning so far.
Yeah.
2 more wickets falling in the last 40 minutes.
Mostly Hampshire's game so far, you've probably got to say. How different would this game be? Those 77 runs from Toby Albert. If he was taking that, not on that first morning, you think 77 is a big score in this low-scoring game. Neither team's managed the 200 yet.
Up in the air and 4. Second bounce. Coming into one of the covers.
He's going to play positive in his last knock of the year, I reckon. That cover drive and then down the ground off Liam Dawson as well.
Pretty clear signs.
Yeah.
Good clean hit from the Somerset skipper, who's already on to 8. So 24, just 24 in front, Somerset. 6 wickets down. In the air again, and I wondered for a moment whether that was going to go to hand, but no. Safely over the boundary, first bounce that time.
I'd say he's slightly lucky there, Lewis Gregory, because Tom Prest wasn't quite in the right position. Well, he was sort of 10 yards off. Would have been the hardest of chances. Wow.
Nicely done. Nicely done. That's as good as the cover drive he played in the previous over. Doesn't pale in the least by comparison. That's the 4th boundary. He's not bothering to run, Lewis Gregory.
That's beautiful.
End of a long season, a little bit tired. I'll get him in boundaries. 92 for 6. Up in the air again, and that is absolute maximum. That's hit the railing on the Thatcher's terrace below us. That's
Is
a
Neil
big hit.
Shillabeer going to in danger of being hit again? Our cameraman's taken a few blows this season. Freddie Lammy was nearly hit yesterday on the camera. Great work they do, but they haven't got a hard hat, and when they're trying to track the ball, do worry about them.
This is a demonstration in the Red Bull format of how good a T20 player Lewis Gregory is. 22 not out from 7 deliveries.
There he is, Jamie Cox, the CEO. Picked the ball up from just down below us.
Doing some coalface work. Somerset's chief executive.
22 off 9 balls, wow.
Jamie Cox, of course, who knows this ground very well. Former captain here. One of a line of distinguished leaders here at Taunton. We were talking about Brian Close a little bit earlier on, but Jamie Cox in a later period, fine captain, now chief executive.
Yeah, James Drew a little bit lucky there. Had to get that dive and slide in. A direct hit could have been interesting. Get the slow-mo replay. Yeah, he's gone. Just gone by a whisker. I mean, on camera he says he's just gone. That might be the kind of decision that on field umpire gives a benefit of doubt to the batter, because pretty close on the frame. They didn't get slow-mo replays, but slightly cheeky single. James Drew's just going to say, skipper, hand it over to you. I don't think he'll attack Carl Abbott as much.
Yeah, we've just seen, I think it's the one boundary for Gregory off Abbott. The bulk of these rapid runs have come off Liam Dawson.
Former Somerset man George Bartlett is in action for Northants. They're 136 for 8 up at Headingley.
Last over from Liam Dawson went for 19 runs.
Yeah. Some counter-attack from the Somerset skipper.
Yeah, single. That'll do nicely.
That's the 100 up for Somerset. They get a ripple of applause. Good crowd in today. I'd say a better crowd than yesterday. Forecast is better for today, and it being a weekend, I guess some people might go and watch Taunton Town in the FA Cup this afternoon. Watch Somerset sort of 10:30 till 2 o'clock. Game could potentially be done by then. And afternoon football or rugby. Not many people are still playing cricket into September, so they're trying to make the most of weekend sunshine. It's potentially the last day the Cooper Associates County Ground is open for first team action. It should be, really. It'll be a hell of a turnaround in this game if we go into tomorrow.
Ooh,
he gets squared up, but then plays it well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
You think he's struggling, and then just gets that bat down in time.
Yeah, he'd have been in trouble if he hadn't got the bat on that, I fancy. And we've got international cricket in the West Country tomorrow. In a very interesting situation as well, because England, having gone 2-0 down to Australia in this 5-match series they're involved in, have managed to level it at 2-2.
We were watching on my phone, weren't we, in the pub last night for our commentary end of season meal. Somerset. I'll take a bit of confidence from the way England came back, I suppose. Down and out in this series, I thought really got massively outplayed in the first 2 ODIs. Against an Australian reserve side almost, had a few players injured, particularly in that first match. Quite a few out injured. And England youngsters got very much outplayed, but came back well last night. Harry Brook leading the charge.
So the decider in Bristol tomorrow.
Yeah, forecast a bit better. If you're looking for cricket to watch in the West Country, if this finishes today. So now it might not rain till 3 or 4, they reckon. But after Monday's Trent Bridge 40 overs of dry action, then I wouldn't ever trust a forecast again, Stephen. Just a shot off the outside edge.
Just for a single. Down to backward point. Will that be it for Carl Abbott this morning? 4 for 25. Must be feeling it a bit by now.
Oh, Stephen, this could be one of the biggest compliments we've had all year. Michael Painter, it's a Hampshire fan, not a YouTube chat commentator I recognise the name of. He says, I must say the commentary is brilliant. Reminds me of TMS back in the days of Brian Johnston, Trevor Bailey, etc. Well done.
Well, can't have a higher accolade than that. Thank you very much.
There you go. Put that on your CV.
So, will still be Dawson at the Marcus Trescothick pavilion end. I wonder whether there's going to be a change at the other.
Yeah, whether they go to James Fuller, you know. Felix Organ, James Fuller are viable options. Mohammed Abbas from the far end. Generally he's bowled for the Marcus Trescothick pavilion end down below us, but...
Liam Dawson took 4 wickets in the first innings. Still searching for one this time round. This will be his 12th over in all.
Oh, that's short from Liam Dawson. That's one of the poorer balls he's bowled, I'd say. I think a more confident, in a better situation, James Drew rocks back and pulls that in front of square for 4 or even 6. But fair play, he doesn't want to take any risks here.
It'll enthuse the crowd here, though, because they know the skipper's back on strike.
Yes. Interesting. So long off, well, I say long off is on the rope. Long on's in that weird place where he could have caught Gregory in the last over, pressed his 15 yards in. Well played. Sometimes I think you can attack a spinner early, and then they're going to settle in. Do you know what I mean? Liam Dawson's too good a bowler to bowl many balls that Lewis Gregory can hit a 6 for Will. I think this will be a lower scoring over. I say that. He charges down, but in control. We've not seen many charge downs. We've seen a lot of sweep shots. We've seen a lot of playing spin off the back foot. I can't remember many run downs. Even Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who likes to get down, has been quite restrained.
I like the approach from Lewis Gregory.
Where are they going to go with James Rew then? So deep, tell you what, that's a deep, well, mid-wicket, but quite square mid-wicket. And a deep backward square leg's an interesting one. They're thinking he might paddle sweep, as well as a deep point and a deep long on. I think James Rew's going to attack that much. He's looked for that single, not far away from getting it. Oh, James Rew. Good adjustment. So when you come down the wicket from a coaching point of view, you want to get those 2 feet together. But if you watch that slowly back on the replay in a sec, you can see he really gets that leg towards the ball when Liam Dawson fired it in a little bit wider. Really good batting from James Rew to not be stumped when he's come down. Not to let the ball sneak past him. And then he gets the slightly shorter one next ball because of that run down. And plays it out to deep cover for 1.
Elegantly. To conclude a rather cheaper over from Liam Dawson's point of view. 104 for 6, Somerset, but they're only 44 runs ahead. That's no sort of a competitive target. There to set a worthwhile one. We were talking about whether they could get the lead up to 150 earlier on. That is a long way off still. But Lewis Gregory has started well, and he's started entertainingly. We talked about possibly James Fuller, possibly Felix Organ. In fact, we're going to get spell 2 of the day from Mohammed Abbas, from the end where he started.
Yeah,
on day 1.
I think he seems fairly happy to bowl at both ends. I think there's a massive difference, really.
They both have been.
Yeah.
Abbas and
Some
Abbas.
bowlers are funny about which end they bowl, but I say about the slope at Lords, Somerset here, the Cooper Associates County Ground, doesn't really have much difference. Fairly central wicket. It could be 4. He's not nailed it, and the outfield's not rapid, but I think it was just
chase.
Yeah, just beat the fielder, just trickled into the right. Nicely played.
The Somerset foot has been applied to the gas a little bit, particularly by Gregory, but James Rew joining in on that occasion, stylishly. That's his first boundary, James Rew. And then defence to follow up. It's a pretty good crowd, the Somerset faithful here for the last time to watch cricket this year. Probably the best crowd of the game so far on day 3.
Yeah, day 1's decent, but I guess there was that threat of a rain shower and it was a weekday.
Taken, is it?
Yeah,
yes, it
second slip.
is. Third slip, and the 7th wicket falls. It's the end of James Rew. And again, Hampshire are jubilant. They know that's a big one. 108 for 7. James Rew looking for a cover drive, has gone for 19.
Yeah, good take that. Hampshire have caught really well. Well, Somerset didn't do well. Hampshire done brilliantly. Can't remember them dropping a chance.
Yeah, looking for the extra cover boundary here, and that was a good take. both hands to it, and made it look more straightforward than it was. James Roux knew almost immediately.
Was he trying to play more expansively, more positively, because Gregory was? Has Gregory tried to... I don't know, I thought James Roux would just continue his merry way. Hard to tell.
So, Jack Leach, the new batter. Wonder how that may or may not affect Lewis Gregory's approach, the loss of the number 6 and the number 9 coming in instead. So Mohammed Abbas now has 3 wickets to Carl Abbott's 4. They're doing the job between them, the two Hampshire opening bowlers. And just 48 runs ahead, Somerset, with 7 wickets down.
Played with Jack Leach.
Immediately off the mark.
Really nice controlled shot, wasn't it? Just a donk on his head, take the one. The Kane Williamson sort of Joe Root-esque drop into the offside for 1. You stat fans will love this. So Ben Sanderson has just got out for 2 against Yorkshire Headingley. He now remains on 999 first-class career runs. And say tomorrow's rained off or they don't get a second innings in that game, he could be stuck for 6 months on 999 first-class career runs. Sanderson sort of well into his career as a bowler as well. So. Lancashire overseas with 2 first names, Anson Phillip. He's got 5 for against Worcestershire. They're 154 for 9. Controlled use of the feet for Lewis Gregory.
Comfortable single.
Yeah. I think there's a difference. When TKC runs down, he looks like he's trying to slap it over the top. Plays with hard hands. When Lewis Gregory walks down, he's in so much control, just knocks it into a gap for 1. I think Andy Mead, Archie Vaughan, James Roux, they've all done it this game. They've all just pootled down and just tried to nudge one into either side. How does Leach play this? His Bazball dismissal in the first innings wasn't great, running down and well, getting nowhere near hitting it cleanly. Caught first slip by Vince. 9 of 24 balls.
So Mohammed Abbas proving a worthy replacement for Carl Abbott at that river end, being brought back for his second spell of the morning and promptly responding with an important breakthrough. James Roux well caught in the slips by Toby Albert.
Or does Jack Leach do more the role with Ben Stokes, where he just bats for Lewis Gregory? Just try and help him through that innings.
Just a reminder that it's a good time to join if you'd like to. 150th anniversary of this club coming up next year. Oh, outside edge, and he's got away with it. I think he's going to get 4 for that.
Yep, I'm not catching that. But fortune favours the brave, doesn't it? He's playing positively. Second slip's gone. There was a second slip to Liam Dawson for a lot of the play yesterday. James Vince has had to take that out to get more boundary riders because, you know, at 120 run lead in this game, could be enough in a low scoring game, could be a thriller. With deep cover, deep long off, and long on right in the rope now. They're going to lose the second slip. So the extra cover is quite straight. There's almost a second extra cover as well, just over his left shoulder. Quite a straight cover, you could call it. Liam Dawson spinning it away from the right-handed Gregory, of course. Fakes to go forward, cuts hard. Lovely shot. Just 1 run there.
It's a bit of a rarity, a single for Lewis Gregory. Dealing almost exclusively in boundaries.
Yeah, one of the
5 fours and a 6.
one of the best innings of the match so far. I know he's only got 30, but already, what is he, 4th top scorer in the match?
Yeah. And it's the complexion of the innings as well, isn't it, in the circumstances, which are pretty desperate. The response to counter-attack.
Right, big change around for Jack Leach.
Left armer to left-hander.
Yeah, you don't want to get out to your opposite number, do you? Left arm spinner to left arm spinner. Bit of a pride thing. Well played. Jack Leach has got a solid defensive technique. Stout. I like the 2 mid-wickets though. From a Hampshire point of view, that's a good field set. With the spin, little chip up, leading edge. Short legs in the game as well. Yeah, I'd like to see Jack Leach from Somerset's perspective just about through. Bat time, bat for Lewis Gregory.
Well, yeah, that would be the role, wouldn't it, surely? With Gregory on the offensive. The job is to hold an end up, which he's done for 3 deliveries.
Brilliant soft
and
hands
completed
there.
the over.
Because that ball could have been caught a short leg. But to ride it, soft hands, just tuck it into leg side was brilliant.
I'm going to let Jonathan in and have a little break. I'll see you later, Harry.
Thank you, Stephen. Right, news from the Division 2 title race then. Northants are all out for 147. George Bartlett not out. He was trying to farm the strike a bit. And Jack White got out. So Yorkshire getting maximum bowling points. Gets them a little bit closer to that promotion up to Division 1 next year to join Somerset and Hampshire back in the top league. Former North Devon overseas, Carl Verena, the South African wicketkeeper bat. He's got 100 for Notts. They're now nearly up to 400. They're 388 for 7. Chasing back bonus points to try and stay in Division 1. Notts against Warwickshire. Top not that from Carl Verena against Warwickshire. Mohammed Abbas then with 2 slips and that gully now. Easy one for Lewis Gregory. So we've talked about having a first, a second and then a fourth. Now they've got a first, a second and a gully. Welcome Jonathan Lewis Oliver into the box. He's very excited for his first class commentary debut.
Yeah, pleasure to join you at the crease, Harry.
You're looking forward to this all year, aren't you? What are we calling you? Commercial executive or something? Sales manager? What's the Somerset title?
Partnerships manager.
There you go. Sorry, manager. I've done you a disservice, haven't I? So you don't get to watch much of the cricket on a weekday, do you? Having to do computer jobs, I say. But on a Saturday, you can watch a little bit more of the games. Abbas is left outside the off stump. What's your thoughts so far?
I've watched a fair bit today. I've quite enjoyed the little passage, particularly Dawson at Gregory. Looks like Gregory's trying to go out with a bit of intent. Looking to score, hit those 2 shots down the ground, and then Dawson gave him a bit of width, put it through the covers, and then unfortunately we just lost Rue, which has tempered that little run of play.
Yeah, Jack Leach left-hander, so left-right combo. There's going to be 3 slips in place for Jack Leach. Jack Leach, bit of gardening, just getting ready to face his next ball. Backward point is almost a deep third, quite a wide deep third. He's down there for the edge really, but it's going to be quite a thick edge. Run saving position with the 3 slips in the catching position. Stephen and I talked pretty much about 150 lead could Somerset be coming that way. Ooh, that's a beauty. Well taken for Ben Brown. Not easy to get that height. Sort of got through a bit. We think of Mohammed Abbas bowling quite slowly. We'll get the Euroleague speed going up shortly and give you a figure there, but he's bowling sort of 68, 72 mile an hour in that range most of yesterday. Let's get the ball a little bit quicker.
You mentioned yesterday about whether the keeper could stand up to a bat at this pace, but I think balls like that show the benefit of standing back.
It's interesting, he did earlier this morning. Did you see this, the start of play? To TKC he was, which I think makes sense from a Hampshire point of view. You know Tom Cadwell runs down the wicket. And with Tom Cadwell running down it made sense, but Jack Leach may be less likely to. Lewis Gregory will. He walked down and just nudged it either side for one. Umpire Peter Hartley just having a chat. Square leg. You can't field a square leg in any form of cricket without chatting to the umpire, can you? That's just a done thing.
For someone like you, I imagine that's your favourite place.
Well, I don't like fielding a square leg, but if it's a boring game and I'm not doing a lot, then yeah, I do end up having a chat.
Yeah, it's a horrible place to field.
Umpire just gets in your way, but then you have a chat and you get distracted as well. Gregory at the non-striker's end, watching Leach just cover his off stump, let the ball go through.
Yeah, I feel like a lot's riding on Gregory here. He could well play a masterstroke of an innings to get Somerset up to a positive lead. And he's come out with intent straight away, didn't he?
Yeah, I think a bit like James Vince did, the two skippers have decided this situation is quite hard to knuckle down and grind out.
This is the battle that I've been enjoying. Dawson at Gregory.
Yeah,
you can
fascinating.
See
well, look, now we've got deep extra cover and a deep cover.
And they have now put long on right back on the fence.
Yeah, the last over they decided to do that, which I think makes sense because I think Tom Press could have caught Gregory early on.
Yeah,
if he was
definitely. It doesn't. Yeah, I guess you're putting him slightly in for a proper miss hit, but it's not the longest boundaries here anyway.
It's cloth that, but not missing it.
They've seen him coming there, hasn't he?
Yeah. That's why I think the cat and mouse battle here is absolutely brilliant. Fascinating. Even when James Rue came down, Dawson chucked it wider, drew Rue out of the crease, but actually wider, and Rue played it really nicely. Did well to just smother it. That could be a wicket. Has he got away with it? He's just got away with it. In between extra cover and long off. Oh, he's made a meal of that in the field. That should be two. Should have been an easy two. Lewis Gregory thought he was going to be caught, didn't run. Fielder slid, nearly had his feet on the rope. Could have been an easy two.
It's really well bowled, Dawson there. He's just held it slightly, the turn. Gregory's trying to play that against the spin. 3 men out on the offside, and he long on the leg. He's trying to play that into the space, and the spin's made him catch the edge, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we've just got to say, well bowled, Liam Dawson. Lewis Gregory's got a little bit lucky. Well played. Should be at least two here. Mohamed Abbas is not the quickest of fielders. Look, I love that. That's a sign that they don't trust Mohamed Abbas chasing the field.
Oh, he slipped over.
Yeah, he's at 45, and the point field has run and nearly caught him up. Gone with him. I mean, it's good work fielding partners, but
yeah, something you're taught, isn't it?
Yeah.
To chase the ball. They've run well there to get 3. Here we are again, Dawson to Gregory. Well, we've got 1 left in the over.
Just one ball to come, yep.
I quite like Leach at 9. I feel like he's got a little bit more of an opportunity to bat when he's not 10 or 11. He can build this partnership with Gregory.
Yeah, I like to see Jack Leach just bat deep, just bat alongside him, just stay with him. Bit of time, and Lewis Gregory's doing it so well. Three slips in place then. What's Mohamed Abbas just getting rid of a little bit of mud in his spikes, I think. I suppose slipping when you run up is not ideal.
Yeah, this is from essentially that run down to third, chasing the ball, slip it over, clearing his boots before he comes striding in.
Around a bit. What a shot. Jack Leach. Is that one of the shots of the day so far? We're just saying, is he going to just settle in? Is he just going to bat for Lewis Gregory? But he's a good enough player. Remember that 92 against Ireland in Test cricket? He's going to get a half volley. He's going to hit it for 4.
Yeah, he's lent into that really nice.
I guess that the advantage here is having 3 slips. They're quite attacking. There's a mid-off and 1 cover fielder and no one else around him. So all he's got to do is beat that 1 cover man.
Yeah, but that's the temptation.
Yep.
That's why the slips are there. It was very... I don't think it was quite a half volley. Just
I guess
slightly on the up.
Yeah, the ball's 38 overs old now. I guess it's not moving as much. Jack Leach on leg stump or middle leg, then triggers across. Ooh. Then he cuts it for 1. There's your deep wide third man. Well, our social media gurus next door already on it. They've already tweeted the shot Jack Leach, that cover drive. 35 seconds later, it's already gone out on the socials. 1 for the highlights reel, that cover drive. So we're going to see a fine leg, a deep square leg, and a deep point for Lewis Gregory.
Is that almost a 5th slip? Would you call that gully?
Yeah, obviously like 2 slips in a gully now, but it's been a bit odd. He keeps changing his mind, James Vince, for the slip cordon. They've not dropped any catches, there's just been a few that have just gone in gaps and gone past.
Such a strong attack, the Hampshire trio. It's not really any let-up.
No. Cut, 1 run. They're suddenly making it look easy. This pitch looking completely different to these guys.
Yeah, well, was it dry all night? I know there'll certainly be a drier surface in the first 2 days. Definitely think it's getting easier as the game goes on, which we've seen the last few games actually.
Yeah.
Certainly seems to be the case across the season at Taunton. That it's got easier over the 4 days.
Now the 3 slips are pretty tight. It's actually, I guess it's the thing we're talking about in the slip cord and the gully. Lewis Gregory was going a little bit harder, so gully comes into play. Jack Leach will be more of a fine tickle, maybe play more defensively. It's a basic premise, I guess, from James Vince. Lovely whippage from Jack Leach, only 1 run, but I like the way he sort of whips his wrist through it. A bit Brian Lara-esque, actually. Keeps the strike as well. Sorry, skipper. I'm batting number 9 this week. You're not going to keep the strike for me, he says. Alfie Ogborn and Sher Bashir still to come. I think Sher Bashir about 11 in any team he ever plays in.
Yeah, I mean, let's hope we don't see him too soon from a Somerset perspective, but it's normally entertaining when he's out there. Something's going to happen.
Alfie Ogborn would say he's becoming more of a 9 than a 10 or 11.
Yeah, I think Alfie looks like he shapes up.
Yeah,
well.
Solid technique, isn't it? So what will Jack Leach do? Left arm spinner to left arm spinner. The difference in this matchup is Dawson bats right-handed, of course. Leach is having a spin coming into him.
That's where the short leg's going to come into play. He has had a couple he's done that with.
Bit of nervy silence around the ground now. It's like in the balance, isn't it?
Very much. This is a pretty tense period. Another wicket here. It's going very much in Hampshire's direction.
But you think an 80-run chase isn't going to be easy? Mohammed Abbas not particularly quick getting around to that, but he's only one. If Somerset can get 100 lead, do you think 130 in the first inning?
And I'd love to see it 150 plus, because I just think it sets up really nicely for an exciting fourth innings.
But you'd expect by the fourth innings the ball to turn a little bit more. Somerset have got better second and third spinners than Hampshire. Yes, Liam Dawson's probably on a par with Jack Leach, but
just drop that slightly short to Lewis. It's so good watching. Just probably my favourite passages are watching Jack Leach bowl, watching Dawson bowl. They're just so experienced. How they're trying to set batters up. Just toss that one up a little bit more. Have you seen from here if it's turning more? I mean, it looked like it was turning quite a lot on day one, to be honest with you.
It's not actually turning that much. I think people thought day one it was turning more than it was. It's almost become a bit of a myth because it's Somerset and they're trying to get the spinners into play. There's a lot of bad shots, like James Vince played a really bad shot. Some of the first innings for Hampshire and Somerset was just really poor batting, rather than necessarily being the proper turn. It's turning a little bit, just enough to make it exciting, but not loads.
And it seems to have done a little bit with the seam throughout the game. I saw Kohler Cadmore's dismissal earlier, and that's about as good a bowl as you can do. It swung in slightly and then seamed away to clip the top of off.
Yeah, the problem that was the leg side. Back to Mohammed Abbas. The problem with the TKC one is he was a little bit deep in the crease, so the keeper just come up.
Yeah,
and that
just
was
held him
good.
back.
Yeah, and that was good captaincy. But also you think actually he went with quite hard hands. If he'd gone with a really big front foot stride and gone with soft hands, he probably could have got away with it. But you know, Mohammed Abbas is going to bowl good balls in that channel, in that area, and
yeah, potentially. That's how Kohler Cadmore plays, but I think he just got an absolute beauty.
It'll be frustrating because he looked good in that first innings. Got back into some form, his first championship 50 of the season. Well put away by Lewis Gregory. You cannot bowl there at that pace, Mohammed Abbas. We saw James Roos slog sweeping for 6 into Somerset stand. He was on 220 last year. Lewis Gregory will pull 68 mile an hour long ups all day long. I say long up, that's probably a bit harsh.
That's
back
a bit
for
harsh,
length.
yeah, but that's how good a player Gregory is. Slightly short, no one out, and that's 4.
There we go, back to this 2 slips and a gully ploy, but now with the keeper up, so on that angle it's slightly different. There you go. Oh, the gully fielder. It's going to go for 4. How many times have we seen James Vince, he's got 2 slips, doesn't have a third, the ball goes through third, and it's just past the 4th slip. There he's got a gully and it's just past gully where 4th slip would have been.
Yeah, it wasn't that wide actually. He's thrown his hands at it, and I'd say got away with it a little bit.
You know, you get the lap. You know, bit of a charmed life, but fair play, he's playing aggressively.
But with the way he's played, did they start? I think they had more slips in when Gregory started. He's played aggressively, they've taken a field out, and now he's hit one through.
Do Hampshire give James Fuller a bowl, something different, Felix Organ Felix Organ, the right-hander, going across Jack Leach. Maybe something slightly different. Mohamed Abbas getting a little bit tired here, maybe. Liam Dawson could bowl all day, but we've only seen the 3 bowlers so far this morning. I thought someone else gets to go before lunch. Who would you go for next?
From the top end?
Yeah, I think Abbas is not going to bowl many overs from the river end, I'd expect, yeah.
I mean, they're having so much success with these 3 bowlers. If Abbott can come back on, you
Yeah.
stick with him.
If he's got more energy in his legs, yeah. Run him into the ground last game of the season, I suppose.
Potentially, I mean, no one's bowled a huge number of overs in this game anyway, and if Abbott can come back on, then why not? He's probably going to want to bowl, take some wickets to finish the season. He is just so successful against Somerset.
Somerset just past their first innings total. That one stayed low, and Finn Brown takes the bail off and just leaves it for the umpire to deal with. There's Gregory happy to survive that. Call for a helmet in the effects mic. That says to me maybe Felix Organ, or maybe just an extra catcher for Liam Dawson. I think Liam Dawson definitely continue. I just think, can you go Abbott? Great, yes. If you can't go Abbott, give Felix Organ a go just for off spin. How does Lewis Gregory attack the off spin? And as the left-hander play the ball going away from him is something slightly different. Or James Fuller will be more of a hard length bouncer strategy, which you don't need to resort to yet, but it's just something slightly different because a little 40-run partnership could win this game. They're already put on 29 together. A straight through short leg. Great bit of fielding at mid-wicket though. That is absolute superb work. Left hand outstretched, diving around. Hampshire fielded brilliantly. Normally we say it about Somerset, but been a bit below par the last few weeks. Jason Kerr's admitted that. The knackered burnout, whatever you want to call it, after 2 weeks of pretty intense cricket in all 3 formats. Hampshire are showing they've had the rest. They didn't do so well in the One Day Cup, the T20 Blast. They've had the rest and their fielders have been brilliant. Oh no, Jonathan, it's that stage of the season. Glamorgan and Gloucestershire have done what sometimes is exciting, but sometimes is terrible. Forecast not good at all tomorrow. Glamorgan have declared on 381 for 4, then both sides have forfeited their innings, meaning Gloucestershire are chasing 382 to win. Some people will love that, some will hate it. It's a bit sad when it comes to that.
Oh, I think I like it, otherwise what?
But what happens if tomorrow it doesn't rain? How much do you trust the forecast? I get it on day 4. I totally get it on day 4. When there's nothing to play for.
It's got to be worth the risk. I mean, if you...
What if, you know, people who are all set to come and watch cricket tomorrow because they're in the first innings, and then suddenly now 2 innings have gone. And it might be, you know, remember Trent Bridge on Monday, it was going to rain all day, amber weather warning, and it was dry enough for 40 overs to be played.
Probably, yeah, but I think that's sensible. If you get all the way there and you've got a game on your hands and then it just washed out, by doing that, they've made certain of both teams having something to play for, making it exciting end to the season for themselves and everyone watching.
I suppose it'd be different if it was going to affect Glamorgan and Gloucestershire aren't going to affect other teams.
I think if it was, yeah, then
it's a bit different.
Really looking at that, but a bit more scepticism.
Both of them are what, mid-table Division 2. You can't be relegated. They're not going to affect promotion, so yeah, I guess it's a little bit different.
Well, here you go. You called it right, Harry.
Do I know something about cricket? Do I, Jonathan?
That doesn't happen very often, does it?
It has a bit the last few weeks. Maybe I'm getting better. Yeah. Nah, it just felt time. Mohamed Abbas looked tired. James Fuller is a good bowler, underrated bowler, all-rounder really, whacks it in the lower order. And just something different for the bowlers, something different for the batters, sorry, to think about, to adapt to the pace.
Yeah, and like you said, a little partnership like this could be crucial come the final innings of the game, and I guess it's getting to that point now. Leach 15, what's the partnership now? 33. And Hampshire are really thinking about how they can break it.
I mean, that could have gone for 4, really. That was probably a gentle,
Struck it nice.
Loose half volley. Warm up for Fuller. Not a chat in the Hampshire field. We can pick up little bits of it in the effects mic. They're still up and about. They're still cock a hoop. They fancy winning this game still, getting that second place. Oh, that's not a good ball. Lewis Gregory, well played. Could have gone straight to deep cover, man. He does well to dive round, actually. Saves 2 runs. Thought Lewis Gregory placed that really well, but and again, really good fielding from Hampshire.
Yeah, it was a little bit aerial. My first thoughts when he hit that was going straight to cover, but it's gone wide of him.
Yeah, there's a big enough gap there between extra cover and deep point. Plenty of space. Same again. This time it goes behind point. Maybe it wasn't the best decision for Hampshire to bring on James Fuller, but Hampshire can just about concede 12 runs or concede 8 runs, 6 runs, whatever, and then take a wicket. It's not quite buying a wicket stage. They're not desperate. Yeah, they can't really afford to lose big amount of runs. But
it's just giving him a lot of whip, those last 2. And Lewis Gregory's going to make the most of it. There he is, he's tightened up now.
Yeah, a couple of looseners, but wouldn't expect James Fuller to have 3 looseners. You think the half volley got away with, the 2 in front of deep cover point, and then that 4 behind, they're all pretty loose deliveries. Doesn't bowl that much anymore. Used to bowl a little bit more.
It's more in the white ball game, isn't it, I think?
Yeah. Yeah, he's often the 3rd, 4th seamer. You know, if John Turner plays or Keith Barker, they might also bowl ahead of him. Of course, Abbas and Abbott will. Into his 30s now. They've got a lot of young seamers coming through. Sonny Baker, of course, joining Eddie Jack, Dom Kelly and John Turner next year. Well, Sonny's here at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah. He's doing his gradual rehab. Thinking ahead to next season now.
It'll be exciting. I think Hampshire could be the team to beat the next few years. They could be. Hampshire, Somerset and Surrey have been 3 of the best teams, along with Essex. But
Hampshire are always in it, aren't they? They've got such a strong side, batting and bowling.
Top 4 teams, aren't they? I think Essex might fade away a little bit. They haven't got quite the youth coming through that Hampshire and Somerset and Surrey have got.
Yeah, and they lost a couple of players recently.
And Dean Elgar was a brilliant signing to replace Alistair Cook, but again, he's into his late 30s. He's not going to be opening batting in 5 years' time, you would have thought.
And that's the benefit of the field spread for Lewis Gregory there. Last couple of balls, got about 4 men out on the fence. Singles square of the wicket both sides, and he's gone, thank you, claim the strike for the next over. Are they going to keep Dawson on, or is it going to be a change now?
Yeah.
Looks like another change.
Felix Organ, the off spinner. June, can he play up?
Is this his first bowl in the game?
No, he bowled 3 overs, 2 maidens for 2 runs in the first innings from this Triscothic Pavilion end. He's got a funny way of marking his run up, makes me chuckle. Properly steps it out, but like when you're playing ball or boundary bowls and you've got to work out whose ball's in front of the other.
Boundary bowls.
Yeah, you put 1 foot in front of the other rather than just doing 6 steps, whatever.
You don't measure like that. How long's your run up?
I don't measure a run up. I don't use a bowling marker.
You don't measure a run up?
At all. I stand there and I've never bowled no ball in my life. I just stand there and do 3 steps. Well, you missed the chat about Bowler of the Year award last night. You missed that on YouTube. Yeah, I make a mockery of coaching other people bowling run ups. Every time I coach a bowler, I say, "Mark your run up out," but I don't do what I say, not as I do.
You just wander up and float it up there.
Yep, absolutely. Felix Organ won't float up there quite like I do. Darts in a little bit more.
I don't know how you can do that without a set run up. It's all about rhythm bowling.
Yeah, I get rhythm, but there's only 3 steps.
Yeah, true. 3 steps, should be able to work that out.
There it
He's
is.
going to take the single.
Lewis Gregory to 50. Short pitch, wasn't it? Not the best of starts, but with all those fielders on the rope, this could be a crucial innings in this final match.
That is a brilliant 50.
Only Tom Kohler-Cadmore managed a 50 for Somerset in the first innings. Ben Brown got 35, but otherwise 77 from Albert was the only other decent scorer in this game. A low-scoring game, 50 from Lewis Gregory in quick time.
38 balls.
Yeah, 8 fours and a 6. Good going.
New nickname for Harry, 3-step Harry, in the chat.
Felix Organ then turning it away from Jack Leach. There you go. That's what they're looking for. That's not far away. Don't think it's out, but suddenly things are happening. Something different. Bit of spin away from Jack Leach. A bit of grip. Too high, I would say, and a little bit leg
Just
side.
going down leg.
Above leg bail, I'd say. And past. Shot challenge.
Good
Should
stop
be one
again.
run.
They are going to go for the single. Struck that really firmly. It's a great diving stop. Is that pressed?
Yeah, good fielder. Young lad with the mullet. He's had for a little while now.
And now the field spreads again for Lewis Gregory, with 1 ball to come in the over. Wow.
I'm not sure he's got away with that.
Yes. Right, I'm going to step away again. Stephen Lamb's going to jump back in. Thanks for having me, Harry.
No, nice spell.
See you again after lunch.
Jonathan Lewis Oliver later this afternoon. Thank you very much. So Yorkshire are 15 for 1. Headingley replying to Northampton 147. That's a key game in the Division 2 title race. Finley Bean's gone to Ben Sands, and I mentioned he's stuck on 999 first-class runs. Notts are still going up towards 450 against Warwickshire. They've only got 5 overs left to get that 450. Notts, Lancashire in that relegation battle to go down with Kent from Division 1, of course. And Joe Leach is retiring. This is his final first-class match. So he's got a proper guard of honour from Worcestershire. It's a nice touch. His teammates, as Lancashire, just going out to bat to chase Worcestershire's 180. Lots of games going on a sunny Saturday in September. Nice to be able to do an around the grounds. We haven't been able to the last couple of days, Stephen, have we? It's been
Not
so
been
wet
much
elsewhere.
to say, has there?
We're about the only game going in the first 2 days.
Yeah, we did well here on day 1.
Very well, indeed. Nick Pepper and his team, superb work. We've got to shout them out because ground staff is not an easy job. Not much sleep, a lot of hard work.
Yeah, I sent a little reply to one of our colleagues, Martin Emerson, up in the northeast, who's always extolling the virtues of the Roca Riviera and how good the weather is out there. He sent something out saying, anyone see any cricket today? So I was able to respond. Rather a lot at Taunton. Come to the southwest.
We've had some nice comments in the stream. Harry's wedding in Newton Abbot, we should shout out tomorrow. He's worried about the rain. Congratulations, hoping it doesn't rain too much. We'll chat about the weather in the forecast here. And nice message from Harry's getting married tomorrow. I'd like to thank everybody at Somerset for the memorable season and the comms team for the great work all season. Thank you very much.
Absolute pleasure.
The end is nigh. In the unlikely event I'm still breathing next year. See you next year, says Jeff Eisenhower.
90 in front. Somerset.
People saying goodbye already. This game's not over yet. Could be a fascinating chase. Good single from Jack Leach. Lewis Gregory was a bit slow getting off. It should have been an easy single off. Just dare say the skipper was just leaning on his bat a little bit there. Wasn't quite backing up as he should have been. Easy single, no problems. But if the fielder picks that up, could have been dangerous. Gordon Avery, who come up to the box yesterday, says, if this match finishes early, can we just continue with just chatting cricket? What, all winter?
Yeah, we could do that.
We'll get Stephen Chalk back on. You could talk. You could read the book. You could have an audio book.
He's written a few.
Indeed.
They put on these two now. 42 for the 8th wicket. And Jack Leach has very much contributed his share. 17 not out. Lewis Gregory, half century, which has been both entertaining and in terms of extending the match, significant. Doesn't look like anything like enough yet, but there are always buts in cricket.
Always buts.
Lovely stroke. Beautifully timed, perfectly placed. Boundary number 10.
Beautiful
Lewis
knot.
Gregory.
Yeah, and the live stream chat's actually, there's some very educated, yeah, as much as people give stick for the spam, and there's often some rubbish chatted in the chat. I must say that Ed's made a good point here. A lot of these batsmen have got themselves into a rut. And anyone who's been relatively positive, pushed the field back, has suddenly found it a little bit easier. Tom Curler-Cadmore wasn't reckless, he was positive, wasn't he?
He got a good ball as well.
Yeah. In the first innings as well, I was more thinking, but you know, Toby Albert and Lewis Gregory, that's a poor ball from James Phillip.
Well taken by Ben
Yes,
Brown.
he saved. They wouldn't have been wide, they'd have been 4 byes, which is harsh, but that's the red ball game. But yes, Lewis Gregory has played positive from the start. Toby Albert batted very slowly against the seamers, getting in, and then played positively, sweeping, reverse sweeping the spinners along with Ben Brown. I think it's more about the spin, the positivity. The kind of pitch where play normally against the seamers, be positive against the spinners, sweep, use your feet, rather than just staying in your crease and getting pinned on the back foot, LBW, as Liam Dawson did quite a few times to Somerset players in the first innings.
So Organ, this will be his second over of the innings. Firmly struck by Jack Leach. He's playing a useful hand here. Not for the first time for Somerset, or indeed for England. Going to get more here. I think that's probably got the legs. No, just pulled in. That must have been inches inside the rope. And they've taken 3 in the meantime.
More good fielding from Hampshire, got to say, just to say inches inside the rope to get there and just haul it back. Mohammed Abbas, we joke about his fielding. He has slipped right in front of the Clonakson Pavilion. They'd have called him if that was 4, wouldn't they? They'd have called it 4.
Yeah, not the ideal occupation when you've already bowled 2 spells. Leach on to 20. And these two have put on exactly 50 now. Single for the skipper. The crowd are applauding everything. 50 partnership and another single for Gregory. Defensive. This time from Leach. Steve. That's good judgment.
Yeah, very good judgment.
Didn't look far away.
No.
Looked at it quite hard.
I mentioned Lancashire, of course, beating Somerset Old Trafford last week. Well, Keaton Jennings could have gone early twice in 2 weeks. Remember, he was dropped by Casey Aldridge and then got 50 last week. Dropped on 0, but he's got 1 and gone. Matthew Waite getting that wicket. 5 for 1 length. Rob Jones, a former Lancashire man, involved with that wicket as well, helping Matthew Waite to take the catch. But some massive games going on with Notts, with Lancashire particularly. Shaping up nicely for a thrilling County Championship Division 1 second relegation spot. Probably tomorrow. Hopefully rain won't ruin it, but someone's going to go down with Kent. And here, we talked about it, James Fuller didn't bowl particularly well, 2 overs for 12, so Kyle Abbott is going to have to bowl another spell before lunch. He's going to dig deep, last game of the season, run himself into the ground. Well, he could do it in 3 balls. Wouldn't put it past. If anyone's going to get a hat-trick and mop up the tail, it'd be Kyle Abbott, wouldn't it?
Against Somerset.
Yeah.
Yeah. The big gun. The heavy cannon being rolled out. That's beautifully struck by Lewis Gregory. Yeah. Good afternoon, Kyle.
I'm not going to respect the guy who gets all the wickets against us. I'm the captain. I'm going to lead the charges and show them how to do it.
Gave him a bit of room. That was, I said he was a cannon. It was slightly loose cannon, the opening delivery of the over, because Gregory was given a little bit of room outside the off stump and played that beautifully.
Yeah, through the covers is one of Lewis Gregory's most aesthetically pleasing areas. They could have had a 1 there. I could hear the effects mark. It was, oh no, oh sorry, could have been a 1 there.
That boundary, in fact, has taken Somerset's lead into 3 figures.
Yeah, it could be crucial, that. Psychological, if nothing else. I don't think it'll be an easy 120 run chase. You'd back Hampshire to chase anything under 150, as we said from the very start of today, but there's the nerves, there's the pressure, there's the cold, there's the damp wicket, then there's the footmark. Alfie Ogborn has sort of helped to produce for Shoaib Bashir, as well as the rough for Jack Leach to target. Not massive rough, but enough.
Defensive this time from Gregory. Yeah, Alfie Ogborn and Shoaib Bashir are the 2 batters left, should one of these 2 be dismissed.
And Alfie Ogborn could quite feasibly do the Jack Leach role that he so famously did alongside Ben Stokes, that he tried to do and did quite well for a few overs with that Ben Green one-day cup innings against Durham. He held up an end and allowed Ben Green to whack it everywhere. Well, mostly over cow corner for 6. But Jack Leach has got to stay there.
Well, indeed, and these are 2 of Somerset's most experienced campaigners.
Is this the ball through the hoop, I think? Yeah. Is that? I mean, Somerset are pretty bad at it themselves, I must say. The ball goes to 4. Oh, can I check the ball, please, umps? I think Hampshire now trying that. The first time I can remember Hampshire doing it today, in fairness.
Yeah, James Vince
it's not swinging. Can we have a new one?
With the umpire. And, well, the box of balls was coming out, but it's going to be taken back in again now. I think they're going to persevere with the same one. But, yeah, Lewis Gregory and Jack Leach, 55 they've put on so far for the 8th wicket. And they will be determined to stick in there and add to that. Oh, but that's the end of it. 8th wicket goes. Lewis Gregory looking to drive Kyle Abbott, and the ploy has worked. He has a 5 foot. The tormentor of Somerset in recent years has struck critically to reduce Somerset to 163 for 8.
What is it now? Nearly 70 wickets against Somerset in just the last few years. Kyle Abbott is such a good performer. Lewis Gregory batted beautifully, we must say. A cracking knock from the skipper. Makes it exciting. It won't be an easy chase for Hampshire, even if they don't get many more runs, but Lewis Gregory was the key to get that 150 lead.
Warm applause for the Somerset captain as he walks off. He's playing around that full straight delivery to see his stumps splattered. And Kyle Abbott, as he celebrated, he knew how important that wicket was. So they've managed to get the lead into 3 figures. How much further can they go now with the skipper gone? Skipper and main contributor to the innings. Jack Leach greeting Alfie Ogborn, and will no doubt have some words of encouragement for him.
So this could be a similar innings where Hampshire got 196. So far there have been more runs scored in each innings going on, which implies the pitch is flattening out. Somerset still a few short of the 196 Hampshire did get in their first innings, but of course there were no batting bonus points. The first innings batting was tricky on a moist wicket, that's what it was. You know, a lot of chat in the live chat and social media around this game is why Somerset chose to bat first, but it was about the 4th innings. That is a beauty. Kyle Abbott. Ogborn's done well to just miss that. But it's not about the first innings. Somerset had to get through Abbas and Abbott, which, you know, Lammonby and Hamid didn't. But it was overcast and it was doing a bit of the Duke's ball. Somerset thought the best way of winning this game was to use their 3 spinners to spin Hampshire out in this 4th innings. And that still might happen. But if you've only got 140 runs to play with, or 120, you know, that's not going to be an easy feat.
Lewis Gregory's 59 came off just 47 deliveries, 1-6, 10 fours.
Could be a match defining 47 balls.
That's better for Ogborn getting.
My
defensively
scorecard
forward.
has got. My scorecard for this innings has only got bowlers beginning with ABB taking wickets. Is that a familiar sight for Somerset against Hampshire?
Yeah.
Often Liam Dawson joins
And
the party.
other teams too, but Somerset
ABB.
with Kyle Abbott in particular.
And Abbas has joined the party. So Abbott has his 5 foot.
He's done it so often, Kyle Abbott. I can think of, well, the entire Somerset batting lineup will be relieved when he calls it a day. Still some overs, some miles in the legs yet. So it'll be Organ to Leach, who's on 20 not out. Somerset just 103 in front, 2 wickets left. Bright autumn sunshine over the county ground, and the rest of Taunton pretty much at the moment. A few clouds around. Runs here, 4 of them. That's nicely nurtured through the gap by Jack Leach. Waited for it, played it quite late, and able to find a way to the boundary in between the cover and backward point fielders. .107 in front. Thought about a single. Decided against.
What you done, Craigo? You'd have been naughty on this.
Did you hear that? That was fascinating in the effects mic. We'll just come back to that. I do love the feature. Good shot by Jack Leach.
Comfortable single here this time.
The deep cover field, I think, has just turned around to Craig Overton and said, what are you doing on the bench there, Craigo? You'd have been naughty on this. And I think that's, you know, moist wicket. Somerset didn't go with the seamers.
So Organ this time to the right-handed
It's not
Ogborn.
it's not spun as much as I thought. Like the odd one has, but not like.
The chat's being resumed. I don't know, what's he going to say next? Liam Dawson.
It's not spun as much as he thought it would. Yeah, I don't think it's spun that much. Actually, if you think the idea was, it might spin more in the last innings, potentially, but if the sun bakes it would help, but the moist wicket probably doesn't help be dry and break up. And none of the bowls are particularly heavy. Keith Barker's boot is a lot bigger and heavier than Alfie Ogborn's left boot, do you know what I mean? Abbas and Abbott, they're a bit more gliding into the wicket. There's no Craig Overton charging in. There aren't many heavy charging bowlers to make rough either.
We're not going to hear any more from Liam Dawson for a little while because the over is complete and he's going into a different fielding position. Perhaps there'll be a resumption in the next over out there with that effects mic. Some additional professional insight provided for us up here.
There you go. People said in the features yesterday to Ben, they said we want to mic up some of the fielders on the field. Well, we've almost done that. Just it's only deep cover. Neil Shillerbeer's got the perfect ear for it in the commentary position out there. Listening to the dugout chat. Well, Carl Abbott is going to bowl his 16th over of this innings.
Already has 5. Can he add to that? Not this time. Firmly defended by the redoubtable Leach, who's on 25 not out. 108 in front, Somerset. Well wrapped up the crowd here at the county ground. Pretty good crowd, knowing it's the last day's cricket they're going to see this year.
Indeed. A little bit warmer today than yesterday. Thursday was perfectly warm, but a little bit raining.
Well left.
Tell you what, a nice point from Lord Dusty here. And this reminds me of a Saturday against Essex with Peter Siddle bowling against his former club and Craig Overton. Somerset have history of bowling sides out in low-scoring thrillers, but those chases are usually more 150 to 200, not 120. Yep, very good point.
That's a fair point indeed.
But I think it was
doesn't
more...
feel like it's enough yet.
Was that Essex one 120? And Essex won at 8 down with Shane Snater at the wicket. So that makes you think if you follow that pattern, 120 wasn't enough, but maybe 140 could have been. Shane Snater was smacking him over the top. Joel Pete Siddle and Craig Overton had a few wickets. That was here.
Again, Leave slanting across the left-hander and Jack Leach. Good sighting of it. Reckoning just let it go by.
Oh, that's a nice story from elsewhere in Division 1. Joe Leach on his farewell to county cricket for Worcestershire has a wicket. He's got young Lanks and Harry Singh out. Lanks 13 for 2. Rocky Flintoff again batting at 4. I thought he was more of a 6, more of a middle order player, Ricky Flintoff. We've seen him in the One Day Cup and I saw him for a few days up at Old Trafford last week. But Lancashire giving their youth a go, blooding them early.
Single comfortably here for Jack Leach.
So Alfie Ogborn's really worked on his batting over the winter. I said before, this week on comms. Batting a little bit higher up for Bridgewater than he has done in previous seasons when he's been playing club cricket. A bit higher for the 2s as well. Not always 10 or 11, sometimes more 9, even 8. Did actually play for Bridgewater when he wasn't allowed to bowl because of his Somerset restrictions. He did play as a batter and a very good fielder.
So 2 deliveries of the over for Alfie Ogborn to negotiate.
Yeah. I hope he doesn't worry about run scoring from an exciting match perspective. The neutral and all Somerset fans just want Somerset to get as many runs as possible to make this exciting. That's too wide from Kyle Abbott. That's, by his standards, that's a poor ball.
Yeah, it's not been a particularly... I'm worried about the commentator's curse here, but he hasn't been particularly on target this over. The 2 that Jack Leach could leave comfortably, and that one no need for Ogborn to play. But he's still got another opportunity to get it right here, has Carl Abbott. Single.
I don't think
keeps the strike.
Yeah, I don't think he realised he could have run him out then. There's a few Hitman shouts. And suddenly the fielder sort of dived and thought he'd just pick it up there easily through. But if he'd thrown straight away, Leach could have been in trouble there. It's hard when you're on the ground, off balance, of course. But got away with it. And Felix Organ is off already. Liam Dawson, I guess you just bowl your best bowler at Alfie Ogborn, you think?
Well, yeah, with 2 wickets left.
You think?
And 110 in front, Somerset. You want your best attack. Mohammed Abbas has already bowled 2 spells today. Abbott back on at the river end. Now Dawson, although he's wicketless in the innings, coming back to bowl his 17th over. So we won't hear that chat resumed with Craig Overton.
No, that's quite.
Because he's otherwise engaged.
Got to come and bowl at Alfie Ogborn, isn't he? With these 2 covers in. Well controlled by Alfie Ogborn. He points at the ball. Is he going to go and pick it up? That's quite a long way away for him to pick it up. And he's so polite, is Alfie Ogborn. He's the only person I can think that would walk over to mid-wicket to retrieve his defensive shot, to toss it back to the bowler. 5 balls to negotiate. Really good. Look at that forward press. That's crucial. We've not seen many defend like that, actually. Most people in this match have defended off the back foot. Sounds like the catering department haven't got the memo that it's a 12:40 lunch today, but we'll allow the press gang to have 10 minutes of devouring all the good food before we make our way in. 12:40 because we are making up overs today. A maximum potential of 104 overs in the day. I'd be surprised if all of that is needed.
It's very unlikely, isn't it? Not impossible.
I'll tell you what, the worst balls are sometimes more threatening to a tail-ender. He bowled 3 decent balls, did Liam Dawson. And then back of a length, not quite a long up, the back of a length short ball outside the off stump. Alfie Ogborn tries to punch because it's your scoring opportunity to get a single. I'm not quite sure why Ben Brown missed it. He's a quality gloveman, is Ben Brown. If I was stood up to Liam Dawson, I'd probably miss most of them. But there's no bat on that. It's given us buys. I'm surprised.
It's the first buy of the innings.
That's some stat, isn't it? That's a compliment to how Ben Brown's kept, and I say that was a pretty easy one to take. But Liam Dawson wasn't too cross. He will bowl a couple of balls at Jack Leach.
In fact, it's the first buy of the match.
Wow.
For Ben Brown.
Stat man, Stephen. Andrew Sampson not coming back to join us today? I thought he was looking in the museum again today, wasn't he, for his project? He was here yesterday. Talking about Arthur Wellard, 6 hitting exploits. Good single from Jack Leach. Alfie Ogborn's quick, and he's comfortably in. Even with the direct hit and the orange or pink bails plopping into the air. So, 10 minutes until lunch. I reckon there'll be 2 or 3 overs.
Men out today, Tom Kohler-Cadmore got a good ball from Mohammed Abbas for 17. James Rue well caught at second slip by Toby Albert, again off Mohammed Abbas for 19. Casey Aldridge caught pressed, bowled Abbott for 11, and Lewis Gregory last man out for an excellent 59, just 47 deliveries. Bowled by guess who?
Carl Abbott. Take this opportunity to mention the museum again. The bookshop has a mint condition Hampshire yearbooks from 1960s and 1970s. So the Somerset Museum will be open at lunchtime. If anyone's listening on the earpiece in the ground and you're cold, well, there's a bit of heating in the museum. 40-minute lunch break starting in about 9 minutes' time. Go and enjoy the Somerset Museum. Mike's brilliant in there. We'll show you around.
Oh, there's a swing and a miss here from Jack Leach. If that had been on target, that could well have been it. The Somerset number 9. 112 ahead. The hosts. Nicely stopped by Tom Prest at Gully. Diving stop. Yes, the aroma of lunch is wafting into the commentary box. Nicely driven, and that is finding the gap. Rattling the Canhill advertisement at the base of the James Hildreth stand, one of the electronic ones. Hasn't done it any damage. The lead up to 116. And Jack Leach into the 30s.
Just a development I should announce to help with the Division 1 relegation picture. Lancashire have won more games than Warwickshire, so if they ended up level on 148 points, Lancashire would stay up. Imagine if that's the way you go down, level on points, that would be dramatic, wouldn't it?
Looking to leg this time, Leach, but not finding the gap. Straightforward defence this time.
Still the two slips and that fourth, almost gully. Lovely shot for no run again. Jack Leach. The Taunton Vittori, showing just like Dan Vittori. He can bowl and he could bat. Well, Vittori batted as high as 6 and 7, didn't he? Leach probably more like 8 or 9 rather than 6 or 7, but he did open against Ireland, we shall never forget, in Test cricket.
Fine cricketer, Danny Vittori, for many years.
Yeah.
Kiwi.
Almost underrated in the global sphere of things. You know, not as good as a Muralitharan or even a Kumble or Harbhajan Singh or some players like that, but early noughties, he was brilliant. Is Leach one of the most improved bowlers with the bat in the last few years?
Certainly. That's a rather brief return from Liam Dawson because Felix Organ is coming back at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
Other than a change of ends, I can't work that out. Or is it just that, you know, the token over spin before lunch, they often do. It's not a token over spin, because there's lots of over spin. But is it just something, I don't know, disrupt Alfie Ogborn's rhythm?
It might be the last over before the interval. Oh, and he's taken a wicket with it. The 9th wicket. And it's the end of Alfie Ogborn looking to play that in the area of backward point and getting a little nick. And, well, that's a moment when it looks inspired by the captain. Whatever the reason Felix Organ came on, he's taken the wicket. 9 wickets down, 116 in front.
Yeah, it probably won't be the last over before lunch now. They'll probably take the extra half an hour. Alfie Ogborn just playing at that one outside the off stump. Could he have left it? Good captaincy from James Vince. Yeah, caught Brown, bowled Organ for just 1 run. Alfie Ogborn.
Yeah, you could see the disappointment in the facial expression, the body language. He'll have wanted to keep Jack Leach company through until the interval, and it wasn't to be. So the number 11, Shoaib Bashir, didn't last long in the first innings, was bowled by what turned out to be a dead ball, because a rag falling from the bowler's back pocket got into his eye line, but was then dismissed in the same over. One of 5 ducks in the Somerset first innings, and one of so far 9 wickets for Kyle Abbott in the match. Won't be facing Abbott initially. Be Felix Organ. Had a lengthy chat with Jack Leach before that, though. Support staff on, and now on their way off. Yeah, we could be lunching at 1:10. That's if these two can see it through until then.
Yeah. Good mates are Alfie Oldbourne and Shoaib Bashir. I think they'd have liked to back together. Well, of course Jack Leach is there, so it wouldn't have happened, but Alfie Oldbourne will be frustrated with himself. He'll swish of the bat. He trusts his defence. And valuable last few wicket partnerships for Somerset. That one between Gregory and Leach, of course, one of the best of the match, really. James Rue and Lewis Gregory back well together. Sorry, James Rue and Casey Aldridge together. They put on 33, but it was 55 after James Rue got out. That's a better shot from Shoaib Bashir. Maybe he'll find facing the off-spin of Felix Organ easier than the seam of Kyle Abbott to Somerset. Continue trying to play like this. Will Jack Leach attack? Hampshire will scent blood. I feel like Hampshire might just say, Kyle Abbott, you just got to bowl until Shoaib Bashir's out here.
Well, yeah, last game of the season.
Yeah.
Give it everything. Single.
He's off the mark. That could have been a caught and bowled, couldn't it, from Felix Organ? Was he a bit slow getting to that? Am I being a bit harsh?
We can have another look.
Oh, he didn't mean that to go there, did he?
Not really.
He just didn't really react, Felix Organ. It would have been a scream. He'd have done really well to get across to it.
I think he was out of his reach.
It was a bit slow motion, wasn't it? The sort of chip.
It wasn't a particularly convincing stroke.
No.
Looking to play that to leg, I think that's where the ball was going as well. There was an appeal, but it didn't sound assured. 177 for 9. Effectively 117 for 9. Another mid-pitch conference between the two England spinners. First time they've both played in a championship match, these two, for Somerset. And as expected, Kyle Abbott is going to have another go.
That's an interesting approach from Bashir. We talked about the different Somerset right-handers running down the wicket to Kyle Abbott. Some walk down, some amble down, some sort of panic skip down. What's he trying to do there? Get him off his length?
I'm not sure what he was trying to do there. Hasn't been a particularly convincing start. That's a comfortable leave. Bashir will be quite content if Abbott keeps bowling in that area. But I don't think he will. 4 deliveries left. Fancy at least one of them will be on target. Yeah, well played. That's firm defence this time from the bat of Shoaib Bashir. Extraordinary start to his career, really. Debut for Somerset last season, then rushed into the England setup. And these 2 spinners will be going to Pakistan before too long. Both of them in that England squad. Run. Go for it.
You sound so surprised, Stephen. An on drive, that, wasn't it? Jack Leach says
it was played with reasonable conviction.
Steady on, young, and you're not having 2 there. Shoaib was quite keen for the second run.
Means Jack Leach has got to face the last ball of, or the last 2 balls of the over.
Lunch at a few grounds around the country. New Road, Lancs made it to 18 for 2. Bohannon and Flintoff are still there. Hove, they have play at 12:40 on day 3. They begin the match between Sussex and Middlesex. Sorry for the Sussex and Middlesex fans
Wretched,
down there.
isn't it?
Robson and Stoneman opening the batting against Ollie Robinson, the bowler.
A little bit of a tangled stroke in the end from Jack Leach, but he kept behind it and he kept it down, which is what matters.
Just been tweeted by Tracy Hewitt in the Colin Atkinson stand. We are literally holding our breath down here.
It's a good view from down there, that stand. Players' pavilion for a long time.
Oh, Michael makes an interesting point. Why do they take that single? Every run is crucial is one argument.
Here's the last ball of the over. Nicely driven, just for a single. His cover at deep backward point. Every run's being applauded.
It is like that, isn't it? Low scoring thriller. We talked about 120. These by 119. Every single run could be massive. Yes, you'd still back Hampshire. We keep saying it to chase anything under 150, but it could be exciting.
Yeah, you can get a bonus if you renew your membership during this match of a substantial quantity of Thatcher's cider, meaning a pack of 24. So there's some encouragement.
You were definitely on the Sauvignon Blanc, not the Thatcher cider last night, Stephen.
Very pleasant glass or 2.
Just the medium.
2, in fact.
Just the medium.
To be precise.
Yeah. You fancy the fruity non-alcohol cocktails. Felix Organ then round the wicket. Jack Leach, lovely shot. Jack Leach plays that sort of donk into leg side nicely. Bashir looks for 2. There's only going to be 1.
So means Bashir is back into the firing line.
Chris Caddy's asking, I think you're referring to Bashir's 40-odd. When James Drew got 200 against Hampshire, yep, same opposition. I think that was his highest score for Somerset off the top of my head. I can check the stats for you.
The lead's at 120 exactly now for Somerset.
Yep, 44 not out. His highest first class score. Shoaib Bashir. This year, of course, he's not been involved very much.
From memory, he was batting with James Rue. For
Yeah, that was a 200, yeah. High score of 10 not out for Somerset in the Championship this year.
Oh, is that bowled him?
Yep.
It is the end of the innings. And Shoaib Bashir has gone for just 2, and we mentioned that Somerset are 120 in front. They're not going to get any further. That is the end of their second innings, so Hampshire need 121 to win. They're surely favourites, but you never know. It's a funny target sometimes between 100 and 150. Seen teams fail to reach it, and we'll find out more in the next session, because that will be lunch. Now, Somerset bowled out for 180. Felix Organ joining the wicket-taking party late and taking 2 wickets in that brief spell. 2 for 13 in all from 4 overs and 3 balls. Kyle Abbott, the hero though, 5 for 37. Continuing as Somerset's tormentor-in-chief whenever he plays for Hampshire, and he's going to be leading the Hampshire players off.
Yep, Shoaib Bashir playing all around that
joining
one.
him, the 2 of them leading off their teammates.
120 lead it was then in the end, just getting up to 120 Somerset. But talk about 150 was probably needed. Somerset will say that's below par, but these games are never over. Stephen Lamb's had a habit for having thrillers when he's been on commentary alongside me this year. We've had some brilliant games of cricket here. So do not leave us. Be back in 35 minutes if you're going to make some lunch, or watch Somerset Dreams. Nice little series we've been playing the last couple of days. Enjoy.
Nice to meet you, Finn. I'm Dan. How you doing, mate? You okay?
Hi, it's Tom Abel here. We're at the Cooper Associates County Ground, and I'm with Leachy and Craigie. We've got a little surprise in store for Finn Mackay, who has an incredibly inspiring story. He's a huge part of the Somerset disabled cricket community. He doesn't know we're here this morning, so we're here to surprise him. And we've got a little gift for him, kindly supported by WPA. So, yeah, here goes.
We're here today at the Cooper Associates County Ground to talk a little bit about Finn and the Super Ones. Just tell us how important the Super Ones has been to your family and to Finn.
It's fair to say that having a lad with quite severe learning difficulties, it's not easy. There's struggles both with the formal stuff, education, and getting what he needs, and also the fact that he's different. And he does have enough insight to know that he's different. So he can be lonely, can be sort of isolated.
We had all these plans for his future, like you do when you have a new baby, and it was a really, really tough time thinking, what his future would be. He was a very, very difficult baby and toddler, as you can imagine. And we felt very isolated. Friends, you find, they say when something like this happens, you discover who your friends are. You certainly do. And we felt very much on our own.
He's got 2 older sisters who, obviously, as parents, you're trying to balance the special needs requirements with an ordinary family life for his 2 sisters. So it's not been straightforward,
We planned to have 3 children and do wonderful things together, and it impacted a great deal on the time that we could spend, with them. Doing stuff, so they've had to put up with an awful lot, really. Having him, you're not accepted in the normal world, taking him places. So when Super Ones came along, we jumped at the chance that there was something for young people like him. You immediately felt that he felt relaxed. We felt relaxed because we were always on edge with him. If we took him, to other places, people would frown at you and stuff with his behaviour. So to be able to relax knowing that he could do what he wanted, he was fine.
What's developed through this has been amazing, because it is life-changing for him, but I think on reflection it's probably life-changing for all of us as a family, actually, that there's more support from other families and other parents.
Someone without additional needs, I guess, we take that for granted, that you can go out and find a place to belong and have that sense of belonging, but for some young people that's not always the case. So to provide that, and they can build that identity, feel part of the community, and then begin to experience what we might take for granted is Yeah, it has huge impact.
The statutory bodies, as we all know, you know, everyone's under financial pressure. So Finn, without this, wouldn't have a great deal now that he's left formal education. He wouldn't have a great deal of interaction.
It completely changed all of our lives to, you know, be a part of something like that.
Yes, it's cricket, but then you've got so much more that comes off the back of that, which actually is, for Finn, has just helped him grow as a person. So that's been great. And, you know, long may it continue.
And also your favourite sort of Somerset players, I'd like to touch on that. We spoke before we started actually about some of your favourite players, and one of them was it Tom Abel was your favourite player?
Yeah.
If Tom was around right now, that would be great, wouldn't it? What would you say to Tom?
What would you say? You think he's good?
You could always ask him.
Hiya, Finn. Good to see you, buddy. You okay? Hiya, how are you? Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you.
Bit of a surprise. We always see you here supporting us, Finn. So, yeah, we obviously thought we'd come and have a bit of a knock around if you fancy a bit of a game. So before we do that, we've also got a little gift for you. Leachy's got a little award here. So,
wow.
it's an exclusive invitation. There's a disability game at Lord's, so we've got you an exclusive invitation.
Oh, wow, Finn, to
and
go to
WPA are kindly covering the cost of your travel and your accommodation.
Oh, wow.
And on top of that, there is also tickets for you and your family to day 3 of a test match against Sri Lanka at the Oval, which hopefully, you know, Leachy will be playing in. So, fingers crossed, yeah. So, that's for all your commitment and everything that you do for Super Ones, you know.
Oh, wow, what did you say?
You deserve it.
That's amazing, isn't it? He's quiet now, but he won't stop talking about it for the next goodness knows how long. That's amazing. Thank you.
Pleasure. Should we play a bit of cricket? I think the nets are set up for you. So, should we have a bit of a bat and a ball?
Yeah, fancy that?
Sound good? Show us what you got. Right, you got Craigo and Jack Leach bowling at you. Boy, nice shot. Why, nice. Hey, nice ball.
Well, buddy. Finn, we've got one more little surprise for you. We've got a signed championship shirt from this year from all the boys, which you can get framed up. Okay? Do you like that one? Come on, buddy.
Finn, what are you doing?
How bold. Well done.
Well done, Finn, that was awesome. Great to see you, buddy.
– 150 years of history.
And he gave himself some room there for the stroke and paid the penalty. Ball guarded.
A century and a half in Somerset.
Straight, but out.
Spin to swing, this county's seen it all. Records set and broken, Somerset's spirit endures.
The cider that flowed with the fans' roaring cheer, the hopes and the dreams that have spanned every year. From rookies to masters, the club's beating heart, each player a thread in this vast work of art.
From Atkinson to Abel,
Bottom to Banton.
from Garner to Gregory.
Lewis Gregory does what Lewis Gregory has done for a little while now.
cricket is very much alive in the southwest.
There it is. James Hildreth was there at the end.
So here's to the clock, to the game, to the law, to the echoes of laughter, the battles and more. The Somerset's legacy, rich and profound, shall forever be cherished in hearts all around.
High blood pressure is responsible for over half of all strokes and heart attacks. It's known as the silent killer. Many people have no symptoms. So, if like these Somerset cricketers, you want to have a good innings, make sure you get it checked to avoid serious illness or even death.
We're going to check your blood pressure today. It takes just 1 minute to have this done. I'll pop this cuff onto your arm. It'll start to inflate and you'll feel a bit of pressure. Please let me know if this pinches at all. So your blood pressure is absolutely perfect. The top reading, the systolic, is 130 and the diastolic is 64. So both of those are very healthy blood pressure. It shows you're looking after yourself very well. For having your blood pressure checked, you can go to any pharmacy and they'll check the blood pressure for you, or you can also borrow a machine from the library, take it home and do your measurements there.
Do you need to book an appointment when you go into these pharmacies, or can you just walk in?
So some pharmacies do have online booking and some just let you walk straight in. It also doesn't have to be the pharmacy you normally collect your tablets from, so if going to one next to where you work or where you train is easier, you're welcome to go to there as well.
Don't let high blood pressure bowl you over this year. Get your blood pressure tested, like our Somerset cricketers and staff have today.
Quick and easy to do, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah, very easy.
Lovely, so your top reading, the systolic, is 129 and your diastolic is 80, so that's a completely normal and healthy blood pressure. And your resting heart rate is 47, which is very good. You're clearly someone who's fit and healthy and looks after yourself.
Well, we try to.
So from today, this nice normal blood pressure reading will go automatically to your GP surgery and be on your medical record, so that should you ever need to know what your blood pressure is, it's there and it's stored.
Take the pressure off and get your blood pressure checked today. It's quick. It takes just a few minutes to get tested.
Let's knock high blood pressure out for 6. With our 6 top tips for bowling high blood pressure out for good.
Keep physically active. Minimise your body weight. Take a low salt diet. Minimise your alcohol intake. Getting help to stop smoking. And take any medication as prescribed.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground with an intriguing session in prospect. Hampshire need 121 runs to win this final county championship match of the season between these two sides, and I'm Stephen Lamb and Jonathan Lewis Oliver.
Indeed.
Debut
Pleasure to join
before
you,
lunch,
Stephen.
and back again, which is great to see. How are you doing?
I'm very well. Looking forward to it. Bit of gravy at lunch. Warm me up.
It's not quite over. It feels like Hampshire are favourites, but these targets between 100 and 150, things can sometimes happen.
They can, and I guess this opening spell, I imagine it'll be Gregory and Ogborne, is pretty crucial to get a couple of wickets. I was looking forward to seeing the spinners bowl in tandem. I'm sure it will happen, but you just feel a little bit more comfortable with another 20 runs just to make that spell and partnership sort of work.
Yeah, Harry and I were talking before the day started. We reckoned anything above 150 would be interesting, but
yeah,
who knows? That's the thing about cricket. That's why we all watch it, isn't it? Because it's unpredictable. That's a beauty from Lewis Gregory. Did I say unpredictable?
And
who'd have predicted that?
So that sets the tone. It's definitely now going to be a very exciting couple of hours.
That is amazing. That was a perfect delivery from the Somerset skipper. He had to play it. It was too close to the off stump to leave. And seaming away, James Rue did the rest. What a start. Hampshire were 0 for 1 in their first innings. They're 0 for 1 in their second.
That's beauty. It really has seemed quite a long way, that as well. If you had ball tracking on that, that's got to have moved a good foot, I would imagine, half a foot.
Well. I seem to recall saying a couple of days ago, you can't ask for any better than that. See it again. There was no way he could leave that, was there? It was too close to the off stump.
No, if it carried on straight, that was hitting, middle and off. You've got to play down the line. And it's just a beauty.
Well, it could set the tone. The captain leading from the front in both regards today. Excellent half-century from him earlier.
Yeah.
And now, a wicket with the first ball of the second innings. And Nick Gubbins is the man who's going to replace Toby Albert. Albert dropped, in fact, on 0 in the first innings, but James Rue making no mistake in the second.
Yeah, and they've got all the slips in place. They've got 4 slips. Got Abel, Aldridge, Ameed's at 4th. I think that's Lammonby at 3rd.
Toby Albert, in fact, is the top scorer in the match so far, that 77 that he made in the first innings.
Yeah, and he batted well after that Nick, which he got away with.
Gregory to Gubbins, he's taken! Can you believe it? Not for 2. Gregory's on a hat-trick. This is sensational.
What a beauty. He's made him play again, and Ameed's taken a lovely low catch in front of him, getting his hands underneath it.
Wow.
Here we go then.
Our Hampshire favourites now, Jonathan.
I don't know. 0 for 2.
Gubbins
Gregory
is a big wicket. He's an obdurate customer. Say they've got the top scorer in the first innings.
Look at that. That's hitting off, middle and off again. It's not the ball you want first up. You've got to play.
You can't use the new ball any better than that.
That's what Gregory's done. Was it 2019, 2020? He just never bowled a bad ball. It was amazing partnership at the top, and he's back doing it again now. He's been given the honours with the new ball this year, when I suppose it was quite after Matt Henry with that role last year, and he's just a magician.
Fletcher Middleton, at the non-striker's end, has not faced a ball as yet, and you can see a scoreboard reading 0 for 2. 121 needed, and suddenly it's become that much more difficult. The Hampshire skipper is on his way out.
Yeah, skipper to skipper now.
And only one of them on a hat-trick.
Yeah. And Middleton at the other end on a pair as well. Pressure's on everyone here.
Yeah. James Vince looked a little bit out of sorts, we felt, in the first innings.
Yeah, I watched that passage when you and Harry were commenting on the game.
He launched an immediate assault on Archie Vaughan, 6 off his first ball. Listen to the crowd.
You can hear them on the FX mic. They're getting into this now. This is exactly what we needed to spice up. A couple hours.
It's a pretty good crowd as well, Jonathan.
Yeah, that James Hildreth stand. Every day of county championship cricket this summer. That's always been busy on that side of the ground.
This is a moment. The hat-trick ball from Lewis Gregory to his opposite number. Almost just as it gone
Is
down.
that Casey?
I'm not sure whether that carried or not.
It was
He's going to get at least a single. It'll be 2.
We'll
look at it again.
Oh no, it has carried.
Oh, it's a tricky one, isn't it?
It's a tricky one, but I suppose that's what Hamid did the ball before, wasn't it? He took it down low in front of him, and I
think it will, from Lewis Gregory's reaction.
Yeah.
I think that could have been a hat-trick.
It's so strange. I still, before this game, you'd probably say Casey is the safest pair of hands in the side. Oh my. He's working. This is an absolute magic over from Gregory.
I wonder if we can have another look at that from any other angle. That chance that maybe wasn't to Casey Aldridge. It's one of those ones where it can look on replays as though the ball went to ground and you're not quite sure. It wasn't easy.
And Vince stepped quite a long way out of his ground that last ball to try and counter the seam.
Going to be a leg bye here. That's the first off-target delivery that Gregory has bowled. So just the one ball of the over left.
And now Middleton on strike. And they bring in deep cover up to an orthodox point.
First ball for Fletcher Middleton.
Oh, that seemed away again, isn't it?
Yeah. But it was a no ball, in fact. It started off outside the off stump and went a little bit further. So
I think Somerset will be all right with that, have another go. Give Gregory one more ball at him.
What an over for Lewis Gregory. 2 for 4 from 5 balls so far.
Wow.
Into the slip cordon again, not where he intended, but all along the ground this time.
I think he got all 6 balls that over. Got one on the legs, but they're all on such a testing length on this pitch. You've seen it move. The seam has made it move off her length all game, and he's just hit the spot consistently.
Now Alfie Ogborn had wickets in the first innings. Single wicket, in fact. 10 overs, 1 for 12. Extremely tidy figures for the left armour.
I think Harry said in the first innings, Vince was his first wicket in first-class cricket.
Well, that's not a bad start, is it?
So, and he's going to take him on again here.
Still the 4 slips in.
Still got a deep backwards square and a deep cover on the boundary.
First ball not quite on target, just a little bit too far outside the off stump.
So I
to
guess
demand attention.
The approach Gregory's taking is he's obviously attacking. He's got you could say the mid-wicket, and sure Bashir is a catching position as well, but he's clearly attacking for the wickets, but he is protecting those boundaries with a deep square on both sides. The boundaries will change the game very quickly.
Ogbourne again to Vince. Oh, is that strangled down the leg side? There's an appeal. Not out, says umpire Hartley.
I think Alfie's, you can tell by his reaction, I think he's fine with that. I think that was off the thigh pad.
It's all happening here at Taunton, I tell you.
Players are excited. They all went up in the slips, which is always a good shot to see from up here when you see all the hands going up.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can see that's just flicked his hip on the way through. Good take by James Rue, moving to his left.
Be a run here for Vince, comfortable one. Just nudged away, backward of square. Game on here at Taunton. Another 115 runs needed by Hampshire. Doesn't sound many, it isn't many, but they have lost 2 wickets in 2 balls. The first 2 balls of the innings. How often have we been able to say that?
And it should have been 3.
It should. Oh,
getting a beautiful length, angling across him, and it seemed away slightly, did it, or did it just go on?
Certainly played at it. I'm not sure whether he needed to, actually, on that
He
occasion.
didn't need to play at that, no, but I guess with Alfie you've got
it's the angle,
scene
isn't it?
coming back in with the left arm, and so as a right-hander you're tempted to play as it's coming across for that one that's coming back in, but that's carried on across.
It's gone very, very quiet. So studying concentration all around the ground. That's going to be a single at least.
It's well played.
The gap between
and they are
the
going to
2
go for
fielders.
2.
So Middleton is underway. Hit that firmly enough. He's off the pair, Fletcher Middleton.
He is. That block down the ground, which is timed quite nicely. So here we are, Lewis Gregory. If you're batting out there, do you want to be on strike, or are you getting down the other end to avoid this opening spell with the new ball?
I think the latter course of action would suit me perfectly. Our sponsors all the way through the season, WPA, made this live stream possible and have enabled us to bring you some really exciting cricket. Gregory giving that ball. It can't need much of a polish, but he's giving it that little bit extra. Here he goes. Nicely driven. That's going to be 4.
He's timed it nicely. A little check drive, just playing down the line, and there's mid-off is, well, it's very wide. It's barely a mid-off, so that's just gone straight through the gap. He stepped down the wicket again there, Vince, just to come and meet it, to counter that nagging length that Gregory's bowling.
It's a pedigree stroke. That'll have roughed up the ball a little bit. Oh, that wasn't such a good shot.
And he came down the wicket again. I think Gregory just pulled his length back slightly, which turned that.
That was a loose stroke.
It was. He sort of fended away at it.
Bat well away from body, not much foot movement. That'll encourage the bowler.
Yeah, I think coming down the wicket, you see quite a lot of players do it now, and it's not going to let Gregory settle on that length, but let's see what he does now. And that's, to me, that's the coming down the wicket and making him adjust his length, and Gregory's pulled it back a bit, and it's enabled the short ball to pull.
And that's where the consideration has to be in Gregory's mind all the time, really, when to put protection out there. It sounded like 4 the moment it hit the bat.
Yeah, that was a good sound.
Saw Tom Kohler-Cadmore hit 1 or 2 of those, 1 for a 6 in that general mid-wicket area.
Yeah, the sound off Kohler-Cadmore's bat is pretty. He hits it further than most. I think it goes a long way.
Immediate call of no run from Vince, who's already in double figures. It's felt for years now like he's the key Hampshire wicket.
Definitely. And it's interesting, the approach. I suppose when a bowler's just bowled that first over, every ball on the money, and the approach of a lot of players now is, well, I'm not just going to sit here in my crease and let you do that. I'm going to change it up. I'm going to come down. I'm going to put something in your mind. And so far for Vince, it's worked. I know he's missed a couple.
Now there is protection going out to deep mid-wicket now.
It's almost faked to come down the wicket there a bit and then held, so.
Little shimmy.
Yeah. Where's his lid? Rui's lid.
Again, we hear a conversation involving the man out to deep mid-wicket on the effects mic of our camera there.
Yeah, I think they're maybe thinking about Rue standing up if they're doing that.
Possibly.
Just to counter him coming down. And that would make sense. Rue stood up to Gregory multiple times before.
Not yet, though. Single. A little push into the offside.
So it's an interesting sort of battle that over. Both players trying to counter each other, both captains countering each other with coming down the wicket and mending the length.
Yeah, the captain certainly, the Hampshire captain, certainly won that round.
Yeah.
It's only a round. Still 104 more needed. Yep, and chance for Somerset women membership. We've been talking about it in every aspect. Sophie Luff, who's been on our commentary team this season, is one of the 2 in the picture. The other needs no introduction. One of the most famous women's cricketers of recent times. Again, he ended up playing that a foot or more outside his crease, James Vince.
And high on the bat. I think Alfie's got a little bit more height. He bowls from that really high arm, doesn't he? And I imagine that's a little bit tougher to come walking down the pitch to. I fancy this little battle here. I think this will be really interesting. Ogbourne to Vince.
Played with time to spare, it felt. It often does feel like that with Vince. Sees the ball very early.
Yeah, Vince is always, in those days when he was playing around the England side, sort of 2019, he's pretty good on the eye when he's in full flow. He's got so many shots, he's a classy player. He was so unfortunate to not be part of that 2019 World Cup side, but he was in the squad, and yeah, he's had a pretty impressive career, many more years to come, hopefully.
One of the more experienced skippers on the circuit now. In the air and quite safe, will be 4. Straight enough for there to be no chance of that being intercepted at mid-off.
Yep, and Vince is playing a brilliant little innings so far. He's taken it on, he's countered the length, and he's in a bit of a hurry, and a little spell like this really turns the game so quickly.
That's his third boundary.
Yeah.
Not where he intended that time.
It is now down to 100 to win, I believe.
Yep, spot on. Bright sunshine over Taunton at the moment. I don't think there's going to be any weather interruption today. Lovely shot, but this time it's intercepted. He didn't get it so straight, and Umid was in position to intercept.
Yeah, I think of all the players to give a chance to, it's probably not Vince, and he's capitalising now. He's on 16 off 17 balls.
Still 4 slips waiting as Ogborn is in again.
Probably slightly too full for that shot then, maybe. He's, I think, worn it a little bit.
Yes. Must have hurt. Trying to dispatch it through mid-wicket.
Yeah, and there's only one man on the fence out there, so he gets hold of that. It's likely 4 runs. And he looks like he's in a little bit of discomfort, actually, James Vince. Couldn't quite see from the last angle where it hit him, but it might have been in the area you don't want it.
There's the summary of the game so far. Tom Kohler-Cadmore top scorer, Somerset first innings, then Toby Albert. Mentioned the missed chance earlier, went on to make 77. Costly miss. And Lewis Gregory. It's probably the most entertaining of the 3 actually this morning.
Yeah.
Tom Kohler-Cadmore was very entertaining to start and then needed to adjust really because wickets were falling at the other end.
Tailenders, and then they put the field out, and it was difficult for him to take any risks when all the field were on the fence like that. So Lewis Gregory again from the Marcus just got at pavilion end.
It's going to be a little bit of a pause here because James Vince at the non-striker's end is adjusting various bits of kit.
Yeah, off the back of that last delivery from Ogborn.
Driven and well stopped. That was a certain boundary if he hadn't got in the way.
Kohler-Cadmore got across, and it's taken a while to get up, but he moved quickly on his way down to cleanly pick it up. I think it's still a bit chilly out there. Everyone but the bowler has got their jumpers on.
Fair to say that he's not the most fluent of movers in the field.
Not normally, no, except for, well, there's been a few occasions he has.
That was
been.
a great stop.
Yeah, might be so, but that iconic catch in the final T20 last year, that was all him moving swiftly to his left, and
that's when it matters.
Yeah.
Well, it matters all the time, but particularly at a moment like that.
Yeah, they're all the Somerset side. They're just renowned now over this sort of tenure of the last 5 to 10 years. Their fielding's just excellent.
Yes, he's hurried into that defensive push, Fletcher Middleton. Just one scoring stroke from him so far in the match.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see if he does the same approach as Vince. I imagine he's not going to be quite so flamboyant and aggressive. Looks like he's batting pretty much on his crease. Oh. And that's it. That's where Gregory can just hone in on that length.
That's how he got the first 2 wickets. Another beauty. To his 3rd over, the Somerset skipper. Sensational start to this innings, but Somerset need to keep these wickets falling. They've not got much time with just the 100 runs needed. Oh, yes! Yes!
He has put his finger up. Middleton held there for a while.
He waited.
He waited
the umpire,
and
didn't he, for a moment? Waited long enough for me to wonder whether he was going to give it at all.
I think 9 Somerset players were all in a huddle celebrating before the finger went up there. They were all convinced. I'm not sure if Middleton was. He's certainly walking off quite sharply. Doesn't look too impressed. You can see on the replay there, we can't really tell, but it's gone inside edge, isn't it?
Gregory was sure.
Yeah, Gregory was certain. Middleton
And
doesn't look happy.
so crucially was James Middlebrook.
Yes, eventually.
Yes, I've not seen an umpire take much longer than that to raise a finger. There was
I assume if he was.
Who was
just
the slow
convinced.
death umpire? Was it Rudy Kurtzen?
Kurtzen, yeah, with the slow finger. That's
the slow trigger. So 21 for 3. What a game we've got on our hands. I think feels still that the key is the Hampshire captain.
Here's a good
He's
angle
still there.
from behind, and I think
Inside edge.
probably. Do you think
Right.
so? Can't really tell.
It's very difficult to be sure from up here.
It is, yeah.
Because we can't hear. The
No.
umpire can hear.
Yeah, it looked like could have just flicked his outer leg slightly.
Maybe that was the noise.
That was the noise, yeah.
That's
So I think it just looks. Players staying in their crease. Gregory's causing all sorts of problems.
generally, if it's bat, you know.
Yeah.
Generally.
Yeah, but I think since Snicko's come in the game, there's definitely been some, occasions when players have reviewed, thinking they haven't hit it, and then Snicko's shown otherwise. So I think for the 99% of the time, though, you know if you've hit it.
But if there's any noise, it's difficult for the umpire at times, and that's one of them.
Yeah. Yeah. If the majority of the Somerset fielders are all convinced there, the umpire's likely to be as well. Oh, wow. This is some spell from Gregory.
Yeah, every fielder, every ball. There are oohs and ahs from the fielders. There's applause all around the ground for them. At the end of another brilliant Gregory over. 3 for 13 from 3, the Somerset skipper. Hampshire, they still need another 100. That was a wicket maiden.
It's an unbelievable spell from Gregory here at the moment.
Back into the slip cordon now for a brief rest. I'm sure he'll be bowling more overs in this spell. No doubt about it at all.
You mentioned on the umpires with their, the slow finger of death from Kurtzen, Bowden. I'm trying to think if Simon Taufel did anything.
Bowden had the crooked finger.
Yeah, the crooked fingers. That was brilliant. He was quite an eccentric umpire.
Yes, he was. Absolutely.
Can't think if there's anyone who does anything similar at the moment.
Pulled with a real flourish by James Vince, and whatever has been happening at the other end, that danger man is still there. That was dismissed from his presence.
Yeah, he struck that pretty well. You see James Roos standing up now, so that's the approach. They're trying to keep Vince in his crease. The Lewis Gregory has now put 2 out on the deep square boundary, sort of wide. And the deep covers.
He wants 2, James Vince here, but he won't get it. Ran the first very quickly in anticipation.
Archie Vaughan quickly to that to save 2.
Yeah, it was timed almost too well.
Yeah.
To bring Vince 2 runs. He's gone to 21.
So deep square leg comes back up to a orthodox mid wicket. Now with Prest on strike.
Tom Prest is another man on a pair.
He is, yes.
Fletcher Middleton got off his pair, but didn't last very long afterwards. Just 2 runs in the match for him. Timed okay, but straight to mid-on.
It's nice watching Alfie Ogmore. He's got, I think it's always nice watching left-arm bowlers, but he's got a lovely action as he builds into the crease. And he's just thinking back to his debut a couple of years ago in the One Day Cup. He looks like he's grown a bit. He looks like he's filling out. He's working hard and he's developing into a very, very useful left-arm bowler.
Yeah, he's got a great future ahead of him.
Definitely.
Oh, that's not a good shot.
That seemed away. And he's held him on the crease there. A little bit of excitement from a couple of fielders. Wow, what a ball that is.
Yeah, maybe I'm being harsh. I don't think he needed to play it. It was slanting across him. I suppose that's the problem for the batter with the angle.
Yeah.
You're not quite sure how close to off stump it is, perhaps. Just 21 years of age, Alfie Ogborn.
There he goes. So with the keeper back there, Prest has come down the wicket a step. And they've got a quick single, which keeps Prest on strike now for Lewis Gregory.
Which Gregory won't mind in the slightest.
I don't think he will, yeah. He will.
Yeah.
So,
sponsor of this match, Alliance Medical. Various sponsors we're grateful to for helping to keep the show on the road.
And Alliance Medical, they provide the scans for the players. Got a relationship, they've got a local facility. So they can, or the team, the physio department can quickly get the players in, checked out in Taunton.
Here's Gregory. Oh, that's a great effort. Backward point, but unavailing.
Yeah,
4 more.
Slightly shorter there, wasn't he?
And it's 4 to Tom Prest this time.
A token dive, I think he was never getting that backward point.
Athletic though.
Yeah, it looked good.
So another 90 needed now by Hampshire. 7 wickets by Somerset. Those are the 2 relevant equations.
And point has now gone back to the boundary.
Tentative push this time. Gregory, can he? Well, he's made inroads already, but can he see his team through to what would be another remarkable win? There have been 1 or 2 this summer.
I think if if Gregory gets them over the line here, this will be one hell of a performance from him individually. Step down the wicket, easy single. Someone in the chats on the live stream YouTube chat is already suggesting getting Leachy on shortly. It's the thing with a low score, how long do you stick with players while partnerships build? I mean, this isn't, the partnership's 11. It's not that much of a partnership, but when you're chasing 120, how long till you change it up a bit? I like the look of Gregory though. I mean,
yeah,
it's up to him though. And the keeper is now standing up.
Oh, well taken. That's just the reason why, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Gregory can now hone in on that length again with James Roos standing up, and it's worked straight away, holding him on the crease.
Yeah, Jack Leach bowled mainly from the river end in the first innings. Maybe give Alfie Ogborn one more, two more, not sure. Give him one more and he takes a wicket, it's going to be two more.
Yeah, exactly. I can't see anyone warming up, so I imagine he's going to get one more. Again, that's a lovely length. Jack Leach comes round.
It's good from Somerset, and particularly from their skipper and their keeper.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like this keeper standing up. You've still got 4 slips in for the nick.
Keeping to someone, he's not expressed pace, Lewis Gregory, but he's got some pace.
Yeah, I think the Eurolay speed's going to be clocking him at sort of mid-70s.
But it's just that means of pinning James Vince down. And it's worked in the closing stages of that over.
Yeah.
James Vince, who's got 4 boundaries already in that 21, couldn't add to them in that over. 32 for 3, another 89 needed. Or, critically, or another 7 wickets. There are the Quantocks in the autumn sunshine, looking glorious as ever. Good walking country. And much of what grows up there has been harvested. Ogborn to continue. This will be his 4th. Still with the 4 slips in. And point fielders being pushed back onto the boundary, almost.
I think that's sensible, isn't it? You can give them 1, but the 4s is what's going to really change the game. Maybe got away with that one a little bit.
It was a rather ugly looking defensive shot, really. Nothing classical about it.
No.
Effective, though. Yes, they're still tinkering with that deep fielder, deep extra cover, just pushing him a bit squarer. Oh, into the slip cordon. Is it going to be runs? It was single.
I don't think it carried. I think it was just short, and he actually probably saved 4 there, Tom Lammonby, with his left hand.
Yeah, genuine edge. They did well to take the pace off it.
Yeah. It almost looked like I was trying to guide that down wide of the covers, and then didn't get nearly as much on it as he was hoping for. It's a bit of a prod outside, wasn't it?
Pulled away. That's boundary number 5 for
I
James Vince.
Yeah, it's dropped a bit short there.
He's so dangerous. Somerset really need to have him back in the hutch in short order, this man. win this game for Hampshire before tea if he hangs around.
Yeah, he will do. Yeah.
Again, Rue up to the stumps. Again, aggressive stroke play from Vince. Just the single.
You can feel the intensity, even just the batters running between the wicket. They ran that first one really hard, looking for it. It's a tense passage of play.
Must be thinking about Jack Leach.
Yeah, I think you got to now. Like you said, it was one more. If he gets a wicket, well, one more after that, but.
Single this time for Prest.
I think Archie Vaughan was rolling his arm over a little bit there, was he? Before that ball?
Leach must be first choice, mustn't he?
Would have thought so, but...
5 for in the first innings.
Yeah, you've got that... The left arm at Alfie just gives you a little bit more rough on that side at the river end for the off-spinners.
For 52 from 20 overs, Jack Leach in the first innings. Not going to know the answer to the river end question for a little while, because it's still to be Lewis Gregory running away from us with the Marcus Trescothick pavilion behind him. And it's done so much to keep Somerset in this game, their captain. 3 for 18 at the moment from 4 overs. To add to the 59 he made earlier today. Bowling to Tom Prest.
Wow.
That's not a convincing stroke. Just fenced at it outside his off stump. Didn't need to play it.
No, fending away from his body. You're right, he definitely didn't need to play at that. I've noticed Archie Vaughan is going deep point to deep point each over.
And Leach has turned an arm over.
And Leach is just, yeah, doing some stretches.
He's had the nod. I think if either you or I had been out there, Jonathan, we'd have given him the nod too.
Yeah.
Just feels like that, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's what we're thinking. That's what people are saying on the comments in the chat as well.
As the sun re-emerges brightly but autumnally. Single here. 2 deep extra. Pressed onto 9. Another 81 needed by Hampshire. Somerset need another wicket. They need particularly the wicket of the man who's on strike at the moment. On 26 not out.
If they get Vince in the next 20-30 runs, I think they have to, really. He's lasting there much longer. He's going to take the game away.
Another single.
It just feels like maybe Lewis Gregory's getting towards the end of his spell. He's losing a few yards of pace.
Well, this is his 5th.
This is his 5th, yeah. He's done a pretty intense first 4 overs.
It could be a double change, conceivably. Could be Leach and Bashir.
I'm feeling that, yeah. And why not? Let's give the spinners a go. The track has turned.
Oh, well stopped. Brilliant.
That's Tom Lammonby again, I think, diving to his right.
Yep. Warmly applauded.
Blue skies, sun's out. Intense last hour of play. This could be a nice little finale to the county championship season.
Absolutely. We've had some amazing finishes here already this summer. There's still a possibility of one this afternoon.
Oh.
Over the top, 4.
Just over the arms of Tom Lammonby. Out of reach.
End of
Oh,
Lewis
just
Gregory's
over the
over.
top.
Is it the end of his spell? I fancy it might be.
I think so, yeah. It just felt like he was slowing down slightly in that over. And
well, it's definitely going to be Jack Leach at the river end. The removal of the long-sleeved sweater confirms.
Yeah, he was double layering. He's got the still got the sleeveless sweater on.
I don't blame him.
No.
Even when the sun's out at this time of year, it feels autumnal.
Yeah, it's been quite a chilly week. So, interestingly, so set in the field, they've got Tom Abel going out to deep square leg, Sher Bashir at short fine leg. I think Kola Cadmore's at long on, Alfie Ogborn long off, just sort of 10 yards in from the boundary. And Archie Vaughan's still out at deep.
It shows how
cover.
popular Jack Leach is in these parts, that the crowd have applauded his introduction into the attack before he's even bowled a ball.
Yeah.
Real local hero.
Yes.
What can he do for his team now? 2 slips. Tucked away for a single.
Lewis Gregory at first slip, that seems to be his position always to Jack Leach. And often I suppose it's Craig that would take up second, but Casey's in there with Craig not playing today.
Defensive from Prest.
And I like this. This is going to open up a really intriguing little passage. I imagine both spinners from both ends, and this is going to change the tone of the game somewhat, put on a new test for these two batters that are going pretty well currently.
Reverse sweep appeal for LBW. Out! 4th wicket's gone. Jack Leach has struck in his first over. Somerset are still in this. Tom Prest has gone. Hampshire 46 for 4. Oh, it
That
plumb.
looks pretty out. As he played it, I don't really get the shot. They've got a... He's not playing a full-blooded reverse sweep to try and get it for 4. They've got a deep cover, a third man, 2 slips.
He thinks, apparently, that he may have hit it.
Well, yeah, he doesn't look happy. It's not obvious from the replay. If he didn't hit it, it looked pretty straight.
It was plumb if he didn't get any bat on it.
Yeah.
We can safely say.
In fairness to Hampshire, they could have had... That could have been 2 decisions that have gone against them.
Well, one thought he didn't hit it. The
Yeah.
other one thought he did.
Yeah.
It's certainly straight.
I mean, I'm not sure. It's really difficult to tell. He looks pretty adamant that he's nicked it before the pad, but...
Once the finger goes up, end of story.
And that's a decision potentially gone against Hampshire from both ends now, but that is just when Somerset needed a wicket. Leach in his first over has done the business. And here are the two senior players for Hampshire in. So Liam Dawson now.
Yep. Good looking drive for a single. So Dawson immediately off the mark.
I think when Harry was on commentary earlier, we were talking about the left armour to left armour. Dawson was bowling at Leach. He's now returning the favour. This will be a really intriguing little battle.
Yeah. These are probably the two best players in the Hampshire side. Well, certainly the best batsman and certainly the best all-rounder.
Yeah. That's
single.
There's no one saving the single in front of square on the leg side, so...
They'd rather bowl the new batsman.
Yeah, maybe it's very deliberate. He's just thrown that one at his pads, given him a single. Let's have a go at Dawson. I don't know.
Big appeal for LBW this time and not given.
I wonder if that's not sliding.
Well, it was Peter Hartley who made the decision in both cases. Two big ones to make in the over. First in the affirmative.
Oh wow, that has turned actually, isn't it?
Has turned. It started off.
Possibly turned too much.
I think it may have pitched just outside
could
leg.
have done, yeah. It was pretty much on
that
that leg stump.
Why. See whether Harry Everett can continue this flow of wickets. I'm going to give him a chance.
Gregory's going to continue. We're just going to have a look at that wicket from the side on angle, see if we can see anything. Oh wow, that's hit him straight on the gloves actually. It hasn't even hit his leg by the looks of it. Yeah, that's hit him straight on the gloves, so... Wow, Gregory's bowled a little beauty there, just seaming away with Rue standing up. Wow, well, I think Prest has been pretty hard done by. It looks like it's hit him straight on the gloves, that LBW. So you can see why he's a bit disgruntled walking off. And I mean, straight on, it looked like it hit him straight on the pad, but look, this side on view, that's straight on the gloves. That is so unlucky. Oh, it's more than unlucky. He must be furious on the sidelines right now. But it's opened the door.
Wow, Stephen Lamb's ears are warm. How warm is this headset? The excitement that's been going on, buzzing through Stephen Lamb's
little
ears.
period.
I let you two open the batting, and it all goes on. And that 10-over spell you two did, 4 wickets.
Yeah, you don't want to take your eyes off it. Something's happening every ball here.
You might have the benefit of a cracking little spell of Andrew Sampson as well later on. He might come on commentary in a minute. He's going to get a train about 4 o'clock, so he's hoping it will be finished by the time he has to get a train back to Chester.
I think he'll be all right.
Yeah. Brilliant to have Andrew Sampson in the back of the box. He's been chatting away to me about South African cricket. But here we have a thrilling finish. Oh, it's not even near the finish. The 2 key wickets, these two, aren't they?
Yeah, and Gregory's kept himself on. Rue's standing up. Dawson on strike to face his first ball from Gregory.
So, go on then, Jonathan. Are we saying it's bad batting, good bowling, a bit of both?
For the last wicket, or...?
The last... Well, forget the first 2 balls, the second 2 wickets. Bit of pressure, I guess, as well, the psychological side of it.
I think they've bowled pretty well. The reverse sweep, I don't quite get the shot. As I said at the time, I'm not sure where he's scoring, playing it. It's more of a dab reverse sweep.
That's a lovely shot. Liam Dawson looks in real control there.
I think... I mean, I know the decision's gone against him. But yeah, probably a bit risky. But I mean, I say that, but I catch myself. There's been a lot of sweeps that have been played in this game that have been played really well. So
yeah, We're saying often sweep is a sign that, Vic was saying yesterday on comms, is a sign that the ball's turning a lot.
Yeah.
It's not turning massively, but enough to worry the defence.
And it can be a safer attacking shot than going hard down the ground.
And get to the pitch of the ball. That's a lovely shot,
Guide
James. It's
that.
going to be 4. Fielder's going to dive. It'd be amazing if he does. Oh, he might have nudged it for 4.
He's nudged it. He's going to chase it again.
It's gone all the way for 4. Great effort. Archie Vaughan patrols that deep cover boundary.
He shot after it. He made good ground and then just couldn't quite pull it in enough.
Great effort.
It's a really nice shot from Vince. He's played that late, deliberately behind square. A bit fuller this time. Drives it to Jack Leach at mid-on.
So where will this game go? 67 runs, 54 for 4. I think it rides on these two.
It absolutely rides on these two, but with this score, I'd say it's still right in the balance. Somerset have taken wickets consistently, and if they continue to do so,
just had a bit of cake delivery to the box. Thank you very much.
Come right down to the wire.
Andrew Sampson's in the box, so I think we got TMS cake coming in, but Will Martin's just delivered a bit of Neil Shillaby birthday cake. Thank you very much. Shout out to our great camera operator down at Square Leg. We've been updating the live chat comments. Jonathan can't multitask. When he's reading the comments, he can't commentate. So apologies,
exactly.
Everyone. He can't speak and read comments at the same time. So
yeah, I can't.
That's probably why his commentary career might be a brief
multitasking. Yeah.
If you can't multitask. There is the birthday boy.
He's actually giving us a thumbs up.
Oh, I think it's more of a peace sign, wasn't it? More cool than that.
A huge appeal.
He's tried to nullify the spin there. Really got down to it, Liam Dawson. But
Gregory's got his hands on his head. I don't know if Jack Leach is super convinced with that one. He's come down the wicket, and yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult to give that out. It could have been outside the line. Could be spinning away from off stump. It's a nice length again. He's so consistent, Jack Leach. He builds so much pressure.
Yeah, the pressure is ramping up. The over rate being 5 now. Somerset. Well, Lewis Gregory doesn't really have a long run up, does he? Even when they're bowling seam, doesn't mess around. Shots back to his mark and comes in again. That would have been a specky. Tom Kohler-Cadmore, is that one-handed outstretched one we remember so well from Dan Sams at Edgbaston, that 2023 Blast final? Backward point this time, not short third.
Very close to this.
His left hand. And, well, he's got a big old thick jumper on. Does he need that now the sun's out? Is that slowing him down, weighing him down? Can he reach it? That would have been massive.
Yeah, I watching that live from up here, I thought it was going to him.
He'll say he just didn't move his feet well enough, but it would have been a blooming good catch.
It's a lovely ball again. Leach testing that area. It's given it a really good chance there. If that bites, you're bringing all the slips into play. Yeah. Lord Dusty in the chat's just suggesting how those drops and near misses could be crucial in such a low-scoring game. Absolutely, it's massive in both innings. But Somerset are still fighting hard for these wickets, and they're making a bowling change. Casey Aldridge is coming on. And Casey Aldridge, when you called for him to come on yesterday or the day before, we got a wicket straight away.
Yeah, just that ball outside off stump, which James Vince is too good to miss. It wasn't his best ball, the one that Casey Aldridge got that with.
No, it was a bit short and wide, wasn't it? And he
Yeah.
got a little nick.
The man that he'd dropped, that was Toby Albert.
It was, yeah. Big crucial wicket in that first innings.
Lancashire in bit of free fall, 73 for 5 against Worcestershire. Matt Waite with further wickets. Matty Hurst gone. Big battle at the drop, that is. Battle for the drop. Warwickshire in big trouble, 6 for 2, chasing Notts 487. So Lancashire could be relegated today. If Lancashire bowled out for less than 250 in their first innings, and Nottinghamshire take one more Warwickshire wicket, then Lancs will be relegated. So that win, ruining Somerset's title hopes, could be in vain, could be pointless. Lancashire beating Somerset off Trafford, they could still go down to Div 2. Controlled pull shot from Dawson, should be 2 if they push hard. Yeah, they're a bit lazy the first one. They have got 2 in the end, but they probably should have pushed harder.
My goodness.
Casey Aldridge takes a screamer.
Casey's just done an amazing bit of work to save any buzzers.
I mean, Tom Campbell was there, wasn't he?
Maybe, yeah.
He didn't trust him, I think that's what it was.
But the throw was probably 10 yards wide of the bowler's end, and Casey's sprinted to his right and taken it cleanly in one hand.
That could be another push for 2. Really scuffed this on Sherbashir. I think there could have been 2 there, actually. Liam Dawson was coming back to danger, and James Vince said no. But
I don't think so. I think Bash has made good yards in.
But he
That
was
would have been
5
very
yards
risky.
before he picked it up. I guess they don't want to take any risk. I just looked, to me, the body shape looked like Bashir was going to throw at keeper's end, which would have been fine. It was Vince was worried about the bowler's end.
Right, they're taking a slip out now. I think Vince has been having some success down in that area behind square on the offside, so they've now got a deep third and a deep cover.
That's a lovely
and he's
shot.
driven it between short extra cover and mid off. Finally for 4.
James Vince at his best. That's
That
the
is
shot he's
a
known for.
beautiful cover drive.
Thank you, mate.
Sherbashir just shedding a jumper. Is that the sign that he's going to have a bowl? Tractor drive as well, lubricated. His vocal cords coming through the effects mic and all around the ground. Massive supporter of Somerset home and away.
Oh wow.
Could have been the wicket. That's similar to the ball Toby Albert got up to. Liam Dawson's, what's he going to do? Tell James Vince how to bat? I mean, Dawson's been in such good form that even James Vince should probably listen to Liam Dawson. Dawson, the premier batter in current form.
Just a little bit of a movement away off the pitch there, I think led to that play and miss.
So Hampshire were 0 for 2, remember? Could have been 0 for 3.
Smartly played from Vince. So it's 9 off Casey Aldridge's first over, and I think Leach is continuing from the river end.
Yeah, I think we'll see Bashir come on from Casey Aldridge's end at some point. You'd like to think they'll give Aldridge a couple of overs, but
Yeah, I wonder if
Bashir
it'll be straight away. You just don't have much time to play with here. Not many runs to play with anyway.
needs that golden arm breakthrough over, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Bit of magic required it. Somerset had such a good start. Imagine if Casey Aldridge takes that catch and they are 3 down for 0 runs. 0 for 3 they could have been. And Vince, that is the key. That's the key. You can't give James Vince a life.
So they've got no one really saving runs, saving the single in front of square on the leg side, and
that's the plan.
so
Make it
Vince has just worked that away.
But that shows he's not spinning that much that he can in the 4 things of this game. Just work it through mid-wicket against the spin comfortably enough.
I guess so. I think it's
bit of tennis forehand whip to that.
Yeah, it was slightly short. He's able to have time to do it.
That's 2 full from Jack Leach. Frustrated his first 2 balls, not quite where he wants them. But the attacking, busy nature of these two has made Somerset have to change the line of lengths a little bit.
Yeah, it's got to be. It's just really interesting watching Lewis Gregory, how he tinkers with his field here. He's got to weigh up saving runs and taking wickets. Ruse quickly on that to save the single.
Remember, there were 7 ducks on the first day. More overs bowled here than in all the other games in the country combined. We saw the rain. 5 ducks in Somerset innings. It's been a low-scoring game, but these two are batting nicely, and James Vince could have just the third 50 of the match. That'd be the 4th, wouldn't it? 150 in each inning so far. Could it be the 4th? Trying to keep positive our Somerset out there, but flattened off a little bit the last few overs. These two taking a little bit of sting out of the Somerset attack.
It's still a tight over from Leach though, isn't it? I mean, he's only gone for 2 off it.
But I don't think Somerset worry about tight anymore. Time's not going to be an issue, overs aren't going to be an issue.
Yeah, but what I mean is no freebies. They're not getting any easy boundaries.
I just think at his standard though, a single is a freebie to Jack Leach. I think his mindset, he's not going to be hit for a boundary with all those sweepers back very often. I think Jack Leach wants to bowl dots. He wants to tie him up and build a bit of pressure. I think he'll see that one that James Vince the one that Liam Dawson could nudge into the wicket. He'll see that as a freebie because he wants to just tie him down.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Marginally off with those first 2 balls, but he just needs the other end, whoever's bowling from the other end, to keep the pressure on.
Third slip coming in, and you mean, well, I say third slip. There's a first, a second, and almost a fourth.
A bit more
3 and a half.
spaced out, aren't they?
Yeah. And then exactly where he was, Liam Dawson, quality batting.
Yep. They're going to get 2. Archie Vaughan's parried it.
He's done that again, hasn't he?
So they will get 3.
You can't really criticise it, but why has he whacked it so far away from the dive twice now? Good running from Liam Dawson though to notice that the big parry, get that 3rd run.
Yeah, they've pushed their runs hard. I think they know it's not easy to accumulate the runs here, so every single that's gone to the fielders on the fence, they've pushed that first one really hard. It's just getting a little bit easier for these two out there at the moment. I think Vince, since the first ball of his innings, third ball of this innings, of Hampshire's second innings that he nicked, since that he has looked really comfortable. He's played some classy strokes as he always does and not really looked in any trouble. I think he's maybe played and missed twice, and that's about it.
Where they go for the golden arm here. Does Gregory bowl himself again? Abel and Lammerby have barely bowled all year. Do you try someone rogue like that?
Nah, definitely not. You haven't even bowled Bashir and Archie Vaughan yet.
I think Archie Vaughan will be most likely. I think if you're looking for a wicket, I think Archie Vaughan's your man who's had that knack the last few weeks. But they just seem to be playing the spin quite well, these two.
Yeah, in those 2 games, Archie Vaughan got quick wickets, didn't he, when he came on?
Quite often in the first over. We did the same in the One Day Cup, didn't he? You know, back in August, he found a way.
Yeah, 5 off this over so far. 2 balls to come. That's a better length from Aldridge.
Yeah, good point from Simon White, actually, how important Craig Overton is to this team. Simon White in the live chat. Not just for wickets, but for runs and slip catches,
Slip
fielding,
catches,
talisman.
absolutely. He's such a good... He's got amazing hands there in the slips.
And Ian Stockley agrees with me. Vaughan the golden arm. Having got Vince in the first innings as well. Got 2 wickets and he wrapped up the innings. Got James Fuller out as well.
Absolutely, it's worth a try. He's tried the Yorker there, has he?
It was actually Chuck Leach who got James Vince, Ian, but we get your point. In that first innings.
You don't miss anything, do you, Harry?
Got to be precise and pedantic with our facts and stats, haven't we? Especially when Andrew Sampson's listening. Great to have we've had some big names in the world of cricket journalism and stats, and with Stephen Chalk and Andrew Sampson today. Of course, Vic and Andrew won yesterday. We had all the cricket journalists down for the Surrey game. They're spread between the relegation battle and the Division 2 chase for promotion today. Lanks at 85 for 5. Luke Wells at 100 against Somerset last week. He's 33 not out. George Bell's alongside him. But they've got to get 250 in that first innings, really, or Lanks will be going down to Division 2.
It's a nice length.
Committed use of the feet there from Dawson.
Yeah.
Nothing airy-fairy about it. No swoosh, no big shot. He's down there to defend. I think in this situation, you're better off running down, expecting to defend. Then if you happen to get a half volley or a full toss, you can hit it. If you go down looking for the Yahoo, that's when actually it's quite hard to suddenly defend it. Really solid in behind that.
Yeah, he's a bit shorter than his colleague at the far end in James Vince, so Leach needs to bowl slightly different lengths to these two.
Still that deep square leg. Interesting. I don't think Dawson's going to sweep. He's swept a lot in the first innings. Might he reverse sweep, maybe? The 2 slips are there.
I just, again, with this field in place with where Kola Cadmore's fielding it, I mean, what would you describe his position?
Backward point.
Very, very backward point. I don't see the reverse sweep being a good percentage option. And if you get it wide of Kola Cadmore, that's, yeah, you might get 4, but Archie Vaughan's out there on the deep cover boundary. They've now brought deep square leg up. Tom Abel has come from there and he's now at mid-wicket. And he's dropped slightly short, and that,
well played.
I'm not sure Vaughan's going to get that. He's going to dive again, and it's gone for 4.
Poor old Vaughan. Archie Vaughan has chased so much leather at deep cover in recent innings. He's gone from one side of the field to the other side. Placement from Liam Dawson is just sublime, superb. He gets a slightly short back length ball. So many people would tin that to extra cover or punch it out to deep cover for 1. But he's timed the pants off of it. Backwards a point, but not to Tom Kola Cadmore.
Yeah, he's placed it well, hasn't he?
That's actually one of the better shots. There you go, there's Tom Kola Cadmore. Couldn't stop that. You've got Archie Vaughan.
Yeah, just went just wide of Kola Cadmore there. That's a lovely length ball to finish, but 4 off the over, thanks to that boundary off the 5th ball. Just keeps Hampshire ticking along towards their target.
So there's a lot of talk whether Essex could do Somerset a favour and beat Surrey in this final round of fixtures, all a little bit late. Surrey already won the title now, thanks to that Lancashire win at Old Trafford, but Essex had that 2nd wicket record partnership against Surrey, that stand of 253 between Dean Elgar and Tom Wesley. Whether there's going to be a double forfeit of innings for that match to set up an exciting chase this afternoon or maybe tomorrow, we don't know. But Shoaib Bashir is going to bowl for Somerset here in a game that we're still playing for 2nd place here. Essex need to beat Surrey to have a chance of finishing 3rd. The top 4 is Surrey, Hampshire, Somerset and Essex, but in exactly what order we will find out.
Yeah, they're playing for pride and prize money. Not for the title, sadly, but still a lot riding on this next hour of play, I imagine. So Shoaib Bashir. Interesting to see him bowl here. I mean, he's got all the attributes to be an incredible off-spin bowler. But he's still pretty young, pretty raw. He's just slipped that one short and down the leg side as a loosener to start with, but he's got away with it. It's no run. Alfie Ogborn fielded that. Short, fine leg.
Yeah, he got away with that. That could have gone anywhere, really.
Definitely got away with that. Pretty much, yeah.
I think this is getting to the last chance saloon category for Somerset now. These two just professional in the job they're doing with the bat.
Yeah, he does get a lot of turn on it. Oh, you've had a compliment in the chat, Harry?
You sound surprised, Jonathan.
No, definitely not. Ralph Brooker says, thoroughly enjoyed Harry's cricket brain, top commentator.
Oh, thanks.
Decent Scotch egg in your head, isn't there?
Have to get that in your end of season PowerPoint. You have to get that in. And get your new partners involved. Oh, that I think it's back onto pad, but that has stayed low, turned a little bit. Bit of turn for Shoaib Bashir, and stay a little bit low. Liam Dawson, that low centre of gravity.
He's come down, and he's just padded that one away, isn't he? He's played it well, Dawson, there. It's a good ball, well played. I always feel when I watch Shoaib Bashir bowl, if he can consistently get it right with his height and dip and bounce, that eventually he's going to be getting a lot of wickets at sort of short leg. That sort of position, I imagine it'd be pretty threatening. And he's just can't quite get his length consistent at the moment. But it's time, he's still so young.
They'll learn a lot from bowling tandem with Jack Leach.
Yeah,
here.
absolutely.
Well, Tom Keller-Cadmore's giving him some advice, or thinking about where you're trying to stop him scoring runs, where you're trying to get him out. It can't really be about run saving anymore for Somerset. You know, there's a little bit of an element
balance,
of if you cut off runs, they then might feel under pressure or then get out. But it's got to be a bit of the Chris Rogers mould of captaincy now for Lewis Gregory. Go for the throat. Somehow need 3 or 4 quick wickets, really. You know, even Carl Abbott is a pretty useful number 10. So Hampshire in command now, even after that thrilling start with Lewis Gregory. Well, long off is 20 yards in, long on is all the way on the rope. That could be an easy 2 for James Vince. Yeah. Well played. Good cricket. Risk-free cricket.
Yeah, they keep getting runs in that mid-wicket area, don't they? I know Gregory keeps attacking. They keep easily pushing it into that area. Abel's coming in now from deep square leg, I suppose, to save that single, which opens up the sweep shot for 4 if Vince wants to give it a go. So it's the first time we're seeing, or the second time, sorry, in this game, but first match we've seen Leach and Bashir bowl in tandem. I imagine we might see them do it a bit for England in the next few weeks. That's a beauty. Has he nicked it? James Rue looks more convinced than anyone else.
Yes, you can always tell the tone of voice when it's a little bit ambitious. Yeah. The appeal is turned a bit.
Gregory and Rue looks pretty excited.
But when the bowler's not quite as up for it. It's that end of season sort of going through the motions, a little bit of that now. Somerset still, of course, they're up for this. Of course, they want to try and have a few wickets, even if they can't win the game. But just a tiny bit too low a score in that. Well, both innings, really. Stephen and I kept saying all day today, 150. 150 could be exciting. 120, just 30 runs are crucial. There's so many talking points we can talk about. The 77 from Albert that he shouldn't have got. Yeah, a couple of drop catches we don't often talk about from Somerset perspective. But James Vince, after pretty hideous, I don't think I've ever seen such a scatty approach from James Vince to that first innings, but he's looked calm and assured it.
Right, I'm going to leave you for now, Harry. Let Stephen Lamb pop back in.
Thank you, Jonathan.
sure it's going to be a pretty intriguing next 45 minutes.
If anyone wants to sponsor Somerset County Cricket Club, Jonathan Lewis Oliver is the man to speak to.
Absolutely, yeah.
Trying to get your name on the pitch or the boards or the shirts. Aussie, Mr. Sponsors man. Yeah, Ed agrees with me. Slightly desperate appeal that from a couple of them. But wow, so Shoaib Bashir has got a slip and a leg slip in place. Liam Dawson is on the sweep for 1 run. And down below 40 to win now. $82 for 4. But Vince nearing a 50, the first 50 in this innings. 150 per innings. One man stood out in each of the 4 scorecards. There's the first ooh and ah from a Shoaib Bashir delivery, I'd say, in this brief spell.
Yeah, it was a full shot. There's a bit of turn. It's intermittent. It's not quite done yet. You feel that these two are taking it away from Somerset, but it's still not quite done. A single here for Liam Dawson. They've been going along, these two, much as you'd expect them to. Senior pros in the Hampshire side. $46 for 4 when they came together, now 84 for 4. Attempted sweep, nicely taken. Naught for 2 after just the first 2 deliveries of the innings. It could well have been 0 for 3. And the man who survived the 3rd ball, James Vince, is still there. On 47 not out. Another single. To conclude the over, so
well, Stephen, we have a little treat, little nice surprise actually. I mentioned him earlier. We had the pleasure of having a bonus little spell yesterday with Vic and myself. Now a 3rd voice just come into the box. Andrew Sampson is here. Welcome, Andrew.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're on, you're live.
If I put the mic in the right place, it helps.
There you go.
I hear you very well. Good. Terrific. Good to have you here.
Good
nearly
to be
leaving
here.
it too late with your train and the game nearly finishing, but
yeah, I've got to leave in half an hour or so.
that's all right. I'll be surprised if these 35 runs take a lot more than half an hour.
Maybe less than half an hour, but never mind. I'm here and I'm waiting to catch a train. It's just gone a little bit away from Somerset, hasn't it, after that start to the innings?
You wait, the live chat will soon be filled with stat requests. You can't go anywhere without people asking you statistical questions, can you?
No.
Well, there's not much time left for Somerset to take 6 more wickets. Jack Leach will keep trying.
There doesn't seem to be a great deal of assistance for the spinners today. The occasional turn, but only very occasional. And these two have played the spin very sensibly.
Indeed, properly professional innings. This has been probably the best partnership of the match for clarity, for clean composure. This Gregory played very attackingly and had some support from Jack Leach and co. Albert played very well, looked good alongside Ben Brown particularly, but these two have both dovetailed each other really nicely. Mojo says he thinks Rouge work behind the stumps is like a young Ian Healy. Tidy behind the stumps. So Andrew, you spent a lot of time with Surrey this year. They've been the best team, haven't they? There's no two ways about that.
Yeah, they're a bit difficult to compete with at the moment. 3 championships in a row. Probably helps having a bit more money than most people.
Yeah.
Fly Shakib Al Hussain in for one game, that sort of stuff.
Exactly, indeed, yeah. We did mention that. We did.
Somerset still beat them though, even
Well,
with Shakib in the side.
true, yeah.
He didn't actually. I was looking forward to seeing him bat. He didn't actually get many runs with the bat.
No.
I thought he was. I actually said, I think on one day's commentary, I said he could be Jack Leach with the ball and Tom Abel with the bat, but didn't get many runs with the bat. Which, from the neutral point of view, even I was a little bit disappointed. I really enjoyed his 100 against West Indies in the World Cup, but he bowled well enough, didn't he, on that pitch? And as you say, Archie Vaughan bowled equally as well, almost.
Archie Vaughan out bowling Shakib Al Hussain, that's all right, yeah.
Yeah.
Did he out-bat him as well in the game? He probably did, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, you would say statistically, indeed. Well, go on, I'll give you the exact figures. Shakib, 12 and 0. Archie Vaughan, 3 and 3.
Oh,
well,
so he didn't quite.
Not quite. Shakib got him out in the second innings as well, but
Yeah.
he had a good game against Durham. Did Archie Vaughan got 30 down at number 7. Anyway, Bashir is going to continue. I think they'll just bowl these two to the close now. Oh, James Vince has nearly hit. It's gone for 4. Jack Leach really should have stopped that, and he really should have caught. Well, not caught it, but they've not fielded very well off each other, Jack Leach and Sher Bashir. Remember, the Sher Bashir dropped an absolute dolly off Jack Leach yesterday. There was an overthrow when Jack Leach was bowling, and Sher Bashir threw over Rue's head. Well, that is 50 for James Vince. It's not the most convincing way to get there. Should have been stopped, should have been a dot, could almost have been caught, but he's batted very, very well. Don't take that away from him. A top knot from James Vince.
Yeah, I think there's that vestige of doubt, isn't there, in the fielder's mind. If you think there's a possibility it's going to be a catch, and then it isn't quite, you may not be perfectly positioned to cut it off. Andrew, what do you reckon to Somerset's season overall? It's been such a disappointing fortnight or so, but
It has, hasn't it?
it's been a remarkable summer.
It has been, yeah, and unfortunately Somerset have been here before rather too often, haven't they?
Fiercely driven, but that would have hurt Bashir's hands. He's not showing it, but I think it will have done.
Yeah, I mean, up until 2 weeks ago, I mean, Surrey looked like they were going to win easily the whole season, and all of a sudden they had that game here a couple of weeks ago where suddenly Somerset were very much with a chance.
Yeah, absolute thrill to cover that game. I
Yeah,
don't
must have been.
think I can recall, I'm sure I can't recall a game that has seemed so obviously dead and buried, suddenly flaring into life.
I mean, I'll tell you, I was actually listening to you telling me they were about to shake hands in
We were.
10
They were.
minutes.
They were.
And I had something else to do quickly. And I went away and I didn't bother to come back because I was so sure, because I believed you. I mean, it looked like it at that point, didn't it?
It did look like
You're
it.
the only person in the world who takes what Stephen Lamb and I say as gospel truth.
Maybe I might not do it again, but it was certainly. I assumed it was just going to be a draw, and then suddenly I started seeing things on the ACS emails about spinners taking 20 wickets in a match. I'm going, hold on, what happened there?
Yeah, it's one of the moments when you think as a commentator, what on earth was I saying?
Yeah.
Turn it down or put us in the background, but don't turn it off.
I'll remember that for next time.
But it was extraordinary.
And then, of course, both the one-day competitions as well.
Yeah, we're not talking about that,
we
Andy. Come
won't
on.
talk about
we'll
that
mute
either.
your microphone if you mention that.
Okay, I won't. That's fine.
I would say, though, and
Yeah.
I don't think I've had the chance to say it over the last, during this game anyway, but I thought to get to the final of the 50-over competition, having lost 11 players to the 100, was a remarkable
That's a good
achievement in
effort, yeah.
itself.
I mean, teams like Leicestershire, for example, don't seem to lose any players, or very few to the 100.
Yep.
And are obviously, therefore, much more competitive in the one-day competition than some of the traditionally stronger teams would be.
Yeah, and in the end, because of the weather, they ended up playing a side that was virtually their T20 side, Glamorgan.
Yep.
Better equipped for that shorter format.
Yeah.
Here's Jack Leach. But they could lay claim, Somerset, to have been the best all-round red ball stroke white ball in this country.
I've heard non-Somerset people say that the last few weeks, in fairness.
Seems fair enough. What do you think of the one-day competition being played along with the 100? Because I actually personally think it works quite well.
I've certainly enjoyed watching it, and I've enjoyed the young Somerset players getting the chance.
Oh, quicker ball from Jack Leach, really nice. That shooting in just outside off stump.
A lot of hands-on heads out there.
Well, I think he's really improved. Having watched obviously a lot of Jack Leach in recent years, I was saying yesterday on comms with Vic, I think this is the thing that has improved most about Jack Leach with the ball this year, his quicker ball. Whether it's an arm ball or just a quicker through the air delivery, it's accurate and he times it well, and very rarely does it go for runs.
But yeah, just going back on the younger players coming through, I think I need to say no more than Archie Vaughan. Given his chance in that competition, the 50 over.
Yeah, I was going to write a piece actually, whether the cricketer or beauty sport or someone want to publish it. I was going to write a piece about players found by the One Day Cup. You know, there's a lot of Somerset names we can think of, but who've then made their name in the Championship because of getting a go in the One Day Cup. Whether it's a Matty Hurst or a Rocky Flintoff at Lancs or a Alfie Ogborn or a James Rue or Andy Mead down here, you think a lot of careers have been made from getting that chance.
Sweep up in the air, but will fall safe.
Oh, it's a top edge for 6. Stephen, it's fallen safe over the ropes.
Well, you can't get safer than that.
No, I do think it was a top edge though. Genuinely, I don't think he expected to get that high. I think he's got enough on it. Modern bats these days, eh? But look how high that's gone. The parabola on that was not intended, was it, to be quite that steep?
First 6 for Liam Dawson. Just 23 needed now. Unless Somerset can take 6 wickets, this game is going to be over very shortly. End of another Jack Leach over. 1 for 22, his figures from 7. Bashir is going to continue, but this game is all but won for Hampshire now. Just saying that, given that we thought it was all but drawn by Surrey a fortnight ago.
I won't be shaking hands soon. Well, I won't be shaking hands on a draw soon anyway.
Indeed. That's not going to happen. Day 3, but it's going to be the last of the season here at Taunton. Last County Championship round. Late in the year, almost October. 98 for 4 then, Hampshire. Here's Bashir.
Middlesex have lost another wicket. Sussex have them 188 for 5. Carson bowled by... Sorry, Davies bowled by Carson for 4. It's a very elegant sweep shot, wasn't it? Saw in slow motion, well outside off stump, get his pad out the line, out the way, just to get the broom across, manipulate it, that paddle sweep for 1. Tom Press found by the One Day Cup. Another shout in the chat. Yeah, don't mind that.
Nicely timed. Straight to Tom Kohler-Cadmore at mid-off though, no run.
Leg slip, can leg slip be in the game? Liam Dawson, does he forget there's a leg slip? Does he accidentally nurdle it around the corner? At times in Test cricket you see a leg slip in place and batter just hits it straight there because you think, oh, it's an easy single, work around the corner. Oh, I forgot there's a fielder there.
Well outside the off stump, not demanding a stroke. And Liam Dawson, knowing how close Hampshire are now to securing second place in the championship table, leaves it alone. Sounded like he middled that, and he certainly has. Perfectly placed, backward of square. Thank you very much. Another 4.
Yeah, I think it's getting this chance where we've got 18 runs to win and we've still got over 3,000 watching the live stream. Say anything now before you've got 8 months of things you want to say that you can't say for a while. Myself, Harry Everett, Stephen Lamb and Andrew Sampson with us for a brief period more before I'm afraid you'll have no Somerset live stream for the next, 6 months of winter. Andrew's given me some options of South African potential honeymoon cricket destinations, so thank you very much. I'll try and watch Craig Overton and co. at was it Sunrisers Eastern Cape in the SAT 20 if I can wangle that. But otherwise it's a long winter with having to do other sports, Stephen.
Yeah, a word about Hampshire, Andrew.
Hampshire, yes.
Having started the season really weakly, they've finishing with a flourish.
Oh, yes. I mean, Liam Dawson the last 2 seasons has been extraordinary, hasn't he? I was actually hoping he'd get to 1,000 runs for this season because, you know, I mean, you're old enough to remember the double being 1,000 runs and 100 wickets, which used to happen on a fairly regular basis, probably before you were born as well as me, never mind anything.
Well, I was actually, one who comes to mind is the late lamented Ken Palmer, who died earlier this season.
Yeah.
He did the double at 24. I think he's the youngest Somerset player to do the double, and he did it just after Bill Alley, the previous season.
Yes.
Became the oldest Somerset player to do it.
Yeah, Alley was extraordinary, wasn't he?
Remarkable.
But, you know, 1,000 runs and 50 wickets is almost unachievable these days as well. It's only been done once in the county championship in the 21st century, which was by Will Gidman.
Oh, there's going to be a wicket.
He's a wicket.
He's been given a wicket.
And it's James Vince who's gone. It isn't quite over. He's probably played a match-winning knock, James Vince. There are only 18 more runs needed, but Jack Leach has done him. 103 for 5. Vince gone for 54.
That's a giveaway. That's a slightly bizarre wicket. I know it's the end of the season. I know they pretty much won the game, but do you not just want to get the job done as a skipper? Just get your team over the line with minimal fuss? There's plenty of time left. It's not even going to be tea. They'll easily win this game, but I don't know. He's batted very well. Let's not take anything away from James Vince. I just think that was slightly bizarre. Rush of blood to the head. Nowhere near it. An easy stumping for James Rue. Wasn't he the fastest to 100 dismissals in Somerset shirt? I think that was a stat last week.
Long way
3 or
down,
4
wasn't
stumpings. He was telling me he can't remember one of his stumpings. Well, I'm pretty sure I remember that one.
Yeah, every opportunity. There's no way that Vince was going to get back, and he held on to it safely, whipped off the bails, did the keeper's job to perfection.
Yeah, he's had he's not quite the season that he had last season, but I wouldn't call it a second season syndrome really. He scored a few runs this year, but obviously not as many as last season to go with. He's obviously done a pretty good job behind the stumps as well.
Yeah, he's another Somerset player with a great future.
Looks like it. He's going to be competing with a few others like Jamie Smith for the England job, I suppose. Ollie Robinson's the other one.
Yep.
But just back to Dawson. So Dawson's now on 946 runs at 59 and 54 wickets at 25 for the season. Last season he got 840 runs at 40, 49 wickets at 20. So if you add those 2 seasons together, which gives you 28 games, which is what the county championship used to be in the good old days. Over the past 2 seasons he's got 1,786 runs at 48 and 103 wickets at 22.7, which is
it's going some
extraordinary really.
I just think he's getting better and better. Well, all this talk of a fine wine getting better with age, but he's been a class act. I wrote down my stat in my pre-match notes was, I mean, he actually said a quote from Liam Dawson, it's not spun as much as he thought it would be coming into this game, but the stat I was most intrigued by was his recent run. He could have had 3 centuries and 10 wicket hauls in a row, which is quite ridiculously a September form. From Kookaburra ball to Duke's ball, just missed out on that.
Ben Brown's off the mark. 105 for 5, Hampshire.
WG Grace, I think once did a century and 10 wickets in a match 7 times in the space of 10 games in his prime.
He was a cheat code though, wasn't he? Like, that shouldn't be allowed, what WG Grace used to do.
Well,
how dare you say that about a West Countryman?
I know.
Exactly. Especially with some West Countrymen around, yeah. I mean, Grace in his in his prime was just extraordinary.
Yeah. No, sadly none of us were. Even you two didn't watch WG, Greg. I say.
I just missed his test debut, by a couple of years.
I can get away with that. Craig opens in no rush to take the helmet off the field. A lot of the fans are in that area between the Colin Atkinson and the Andy Caddick Pavilion, ready to go to the car parks and the train stations. Say goodbye to Somerset for one more year. Oh, Liam Dawson runs down. That is a lovely shot. I mean, Tom Kohler-Cadmore maybe could have run across and dived. He's not going to catch up with it. It's gone for 4.
Wonder whether Liam Dawson is intent on finishing things off in a hurry now.
Don't risk Ben Brown doing anything silly or getting out. But then could Dawson himself do something silly? Felix Hawkinson backed at 7 in the first innings. Ben Brown at 8, but there's not much in it. You could call him a night watcher, but I think Felix Hawkinson's a good enough player that can bat properly. He'll probably be in next if needed. Just too much of that short back of length on the leg side from Sherbashir in this game. Could go wicketless in his last game before the Pakistan tour. Has he bowled slightly better in this innings than the first? Hard to tell, he's only into his 5th over. No flight on that one.
I think I'd say yes, though.
Yeah, marginally, yeah, agreed.
Just 12 more needed by Hampshire. Would be their 6th championship win of the season. Lost 1 and drawn 6. It'll take them past the 200 mark.
Another former England Test opener, Adam Lyve's got 100 in that promotion battle up at Headingley. Yorkshire 185 for 1 against Northants. Lyve's 5th century of the season. And we've talked a lot about former England men's son doing well in the championship this year. Well, we've Tony Middleton, don't forget, and Fletcher Middleton. But we've talked a lot about Archie Vaughan, talked a lot about Rocky Flintoff. Don't forget, just because he's got a different surname, De Care is Atherton's son, he's gone for just 1. There's Middlesex 191 for 6. So maybe Yorkshire will be the side that go up with Sussex. Still a bit to play in Division 2 in the promotion race. Who do you think will fare better in Division 1 next year? Yorkshire, Middlesex, which one of them's going to come up with Sussex?
Middlesex.
There you go, nails to the mast. They are losing Mark Stoneman and Ethan Bamber.
That's what yeah. I'm not on, but anyway. Can you hear me now?
You're on.
Yep, yeah, we got you.
Am I? Okay.
You are on.
Well, I can't hear myself. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
We wouldn't turn you off.
It's very kind of you. Yes, as you were saying, Stoneman and Bamber they're going to have to replace. So I don't know, maybe Yorkshire might have a better chance in the top division.
Yeah, big, opening bowler and opening batter. Big shoes to fill. Stoneman being released, not confirmed as to... I feel like someone like a Northants who've lost Emilio Gay up to Durham. They might want to gain from an experienced opener in Division 2. Whereas Bamber's off to Warwickshire. Who've got away with just staying up Warwickshire, having not had a brilliant season. Finishing above Notts, Lancs and Kent.
Single for Ben Brown. That runs required figure ticks down to 11. No one's left.
No, oh, I don't know. There's a few sneaking out at the car park, Stephen. They're hiding at the back so they don't get seen. They can't be accused of leaving early.
If it's still going on after tea, which I think is unlikely.
I'm not sure. Our director's losing the plot. He's just told us that it's free after tea, but there's 11 runs to win and not a tea yet. He's now changed his mind to it's free after 2. So, end of the season syndrome for Will Martin in director's box. He deserves a shout. He deserves a shout out. No, we should say while we've got the opportunity with 11 runs to win, thank you so much to, I guess we take a bit of the glory being on camera and doing the talking bits, but there's so many guys who work so hard behind the scenes. Thanks very much to Ben Warren, Will Martin, who do so much in the director's box, to Freddie Lammy, and Neil Shillabeer on the cameras. We've had so many guest commentators across the year. And
have we wished Neil a happy birthday?
We should, yeah. We have Nick. We have
very nice birthday cake came in.
Wasn't it?
All enjoyed a piece.
They talk about bleeding for the badge. Neil Shillabeer took a cricket ball to the head while working for this club, so that is the commitment, isn't it? So thank you so much, those in the live stream. We thanked quite a lot today, in fairness.
And indeed WPA.
Yes.
Sponsors all the way through this season as last.
We'll do all this again in 11 runs time probably, but in case some of you start scarpering out the live stream, I'm watching the numbers. 3,300 or so.
Paddled away will be at least one.
Our Fieldbourne's quick on that. He's still got that youthful exuberance. Oh, some lovely comments. Michael Tucker, thanks to stream this match in the season. Gordon Irony, best stream in English cricket. Proud to be West Country lads and ladies. And then there's a here from Anthony B. Oh, we're blushing with the compliments. Do you get this much love on the Surrey stream, Andrew? There we say, it's Liam
up
Dawson's
in the air,
and
we'll go all.
Oh, I don't know. It's blinked a bit.
Plugged.
It's just
it has it.
You did it very well.
It was a 5-iron.
That's one of the best shots I've seen for 3. Maybe Nguyen got hold of it, and the height just allowed it to backspin and kick.
And maybe a damp bit of outfield as well.
Yes, there's no mark, no muddy sort of golf shot plug, but good work from Archie Vaughan and Jack Leach to not give up.
Single figures now. Runs required 7.
Have I admitted that I captained my fancy team with Liam Dawson this week? Is that there you go? Foreboding that he's the man to potentially hit the winning runs. No. Ben Brown is currently on strike.
Does Bashir always wear the number 13 for Somerset?
Yes, I can't remember the history and the story behind it.
So the 67 presumably was his county championship bowling average when he made his test debut. And the 67 that he wears for England. I presume that's where that comes from.
In the air, but safe.
Yes, Gregory probably
another
could have
single.
stopped that. I don't think he picked it up. That was either tired fielding or just didn't pick it up. It was almost went underneath his Harbour Bridge dive. Tom Abel was giving him a bit of stick for that. Standing back up again. He's got a chuck on his face. I can see the grin from Lewis Gregory from here. Bit of spin, bit of top spin. And I think Liam Dawson will try and win the match. This ball or the next ball. 6 to win. He goes. It's over mid-off. It might go for 4, but he's not nailed it.
It will go for 4.
I don't know, Stephen. Don't be too confident. It's stopped. Oof, it's trickled. It's gone for 4 by 1 mile an hour. Anything less and it wouldn't have done, but yes. He does make it.
So just the 2 required now. Almost done here.
So it would be a 5-wicket win.
It'll be Somerset's 3rd defeat in the championship. They've won 5 and drawn 6. That will be, or will it be caught out in the deep? Oh, it's dropped. Bathos. Down it goes. Hampshire have won. The championship season is over for these 2 sides, and Hampshire know that they will finish it in 2nd place in the table. Handshakes all round. Hampshire the winners by 5 wickets here at Taunton. Disappointment for Somerset.
Yeah, I feel like that moment just sums up Somerset's last 2 weeks, if we're being honest. Archie Vaughan, who's been brilliant in the field, he's had a cracking month or so, just tired. I mean, it's a pretty... He got 2 hands to it. It's not an easy catch, but it's probably a standard catch for a man of his class, but it wouldn't have made any difference. Liam Dawson might have got out, but then the next batter would probably got 1 run to win or 2 runs to win. But yes, Hampshire have outplayed Somerset in this game. Liam Dawson's been quality. Lewis Gregory's given him a pat on the shoulder saying well played. James Vince and him just took the game away from Somerset this afternoon. They didn't get enough runs in the 1st or 2nd innings. But it was a cracking start with Lewis Gregory getting those first 2 wickets. It was exciting. And it always is here at Somerset. We don't have many bad games down here, do we?
Vince and Dawson, Andrew, 2 doughty cricketers.
Yes, yes.
And they showed it today.
They have again, yes. And, you know, good county stalwarts who've had A few opportunities at England level. Vince looked as though he could have been a regular, never quite got enough run. But yeah, those are the kind of guys you want to have playing county cricket for you, because they don't play much for England and they don't get too many franchise 2020 league contracts, and they just keep rolling up the runs and the wickets.
Two very happy faces of Ben Brown and Liam Dawson leading the players off in the Taunton autumn sunshine. There'll be more handshakes from the captain to various others of the Hampshire staff. Tom Abel, Andy Umead. Formalities with the season coming to an end.
Yeah, it's quite nice.
Won't finish second. Hampshire will.
Quite nice, the handshakes by the effects mics. We can see they're pretty genuine. Well done, guys. You know, there's no bad blood between these two sides. There's rivalry between Somerset and Surrey, and Somerset and Essex, but these two teams fairly close in the grand geography of England, and they have good games together. Carl Abbott is always Somerset's nemesis. He's been brilliant again. And
two umpires heading off as well.
Yeah,
there's
no
James
complaints.
Vince briefly in the picture. He'll go home a happy man. Some of the Hampshire boys all ready to go home, and they conclude their season with what in the end was a pretty comfortable victory.
Yeah, plenty of time left in the day. Beautiful sunshine now, the nicest sunshine of the day. There was rumours of us having a media 11 versus ground staff 11 on the pitch down below, but I have to go and see what's happening with that. They are brushing the wickets. I wonder what they're leaving the wickets out there. We don't know what's going to happen. I'd quite like to see Andrew Sampson and Stephen Lamb opening the batting, but I think Andrew's off up north on a train.
I've got a train to catch, so I'm going to have to go, unfortunately. It wouldn't have lasted long if I'd been opening the batting, I can tell you that.
Well, thank you for your brief company.
Oh, thank you. It's been fun.
Good to have you on.
Maybe we'll do it again next season. We never know.
Yeah, come down whenever you can.
Okay.
Be in touch if I can get out to South Africa. Appreciate your thoughts.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Andrew.
Maybe I should become a travel agent in my next life.
There you go. There's your second career.
Okay. Cheers.
Excellent.
Thank you very much to Andrew and Sampson. Myself, Harry Everett, Stephen Lamb. We should probably go through a couple of the live stream comments before we officially say goodbye.
You can see the match summary as well. There, some notable contributions with the bat and ball. Lewis Gregory, sensational start to the innings for him. First two deliveries of the innings, both taking wickets, but Somerset didn't quite have the runs to follow that through. James Vince, key to the Hampshire run chase. 54 for the skipper, who batted beautifully. Not for the first time, but in an important situation for his side.
So many nice comments, Stephen. Can't keep up with them all, but thank you ever so much. The live stream chat is a wonderful social side of things, the technology, the positive side of social media and technology, whatever you want to call it. Thank you to the ground staff. They've done an amazing job. Big shift this month, getting the game on against Surrey and Durham when there's so much rain around. Even this week there's been a fair amount of rain. The covers have been whisked on and off. I thank the two camera operators, even Bavia, we shouldn't forget, he's moved to Glamorgan the last couple of weeks but helped on the cameras earlier in the year as well. The two guys directing, Will and Ben, thank you ever so much. The seven of us commentators, go on, we'll give them all. Sam Dalling, Charlie Taylor, Pete Trigo, Vic Marks, myself, Harry Everett, Stephen Lamb, Sophie Luff, and all the guest commenters. It's been an amazing summer, even if Somerset have slipped and lost the last few games. We've had so much joy and excitement, so much drama. Every time I'm on comms with Stephen Lamb, there's a dramatic finish.
Something happens, doesn't it?
We don't have boring passages, do we?
No, we prescribe them.
You're a doctor, Stephen. No,
that's the power of the commentator.
I miss this place. This is my happy place, my sort of family office, I must say. So, we'll be lost the next 6 months, won't we, Stephen? We'll have to ring you up and just hear the David Attenborough impression, just to keep me going in the winter when I'm down. Do scroll back. We're hoping, if we ask Will particularly nicely, if Ben gives him a bit of time off, he might put together a little video of some of our highlights, some of the special moments. But there's been some crackers, and you can hopefully get on YouTube and watch back the highlights of some of the special moments of them at any point.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and thank you for your company, and we hope that you can join us again next year. So from Harry and from me, a very good evening to you.
Winter well. Happy New Year.
Go, Jace.
We do Jace first.
Yes, please.
Well, Jason Coe, great season for Somerset, challenging in all three competitions, but disappointment at the end of it. And it's not the first time in recent years that Somerset have come rather unstuck in September. What is it about the last month of the season?
It's a great question. Look, I think the reality is it's not a great season, it's a really good season. Great seasons are where you actually achieve things and ultimately win trophies, and we haven't been able to do that. I'm incredibly proud of the group putting ourselves in that position to do that. It was one of the aims, and I think with the depth of the squad that we have to do that and the way we've done it, I'm incredibly proud of that. So the honest answer is I'm not quite sure yet. We need an opportunity to reflect and actually think about it. But I think if you look at the nature of some of the games and then coming away from finals day, the quick turnaround, going up to Old Trafford, and the day one there hit us hard, I think, emotionally, and we haven't quite recovered from that.
Was it just the fact that you were contending in all three competitions that just put too much strain on the group?
Potentially. It's incredibly demanding mentally. I mean, it's a hard thing to explain, but you feel it within the group that people are mentally exhausted, and that's, that can be weeks ago. Because the intensity of the cricket that you're playing and what you're trying to achieve, it's not easy to do. It's a challenge that we relish. And that will definitely be some of the learning, is how you develop that mental robustness to actually ensure that you're arguably mentally in the same space you are in April and May come the end of the summer.
When you look back on the season, what's pleased you most about it?
Look, it's growth. I think if you look at it as individuals, there's been some huge growth there, whether it's Banton, Lammonby, James Rue, another outstanding season. Gregory, I think, has been immense as a leader and has demonstrated that both on and off the field. But collectively as a team, again, we're moving forward, and I think that's, I've always talked about the journey, and we want to keep putting ourselves in a position. The challenge for us as a group is the expectations getting higher each year, so you need to be able to manage that as well. And as I say, I think it's important now. There's a huge amount of emotion around the group and the club, a huge amount of disappointment, frustration, excitement, and it's important we process those emotions and make sure that we're learning from the right experiences.
But again, on a positive note, we've had the advent of Archie Vaughan, terrific young cricketer, and Jack Leach back to his best.
Yeah, look, Jack Leach is incredible. I will always speak incredibly highly of him. He demonstrates it week in, week out. And when he gets opportunities for us to show what he can do, we see that, and we see that he's really enjoying his cricket at the minute. So hopefully that will transfer into the winter when hopefully gets the opportunity for England in Pakistan. Because, he shows how good a spinner he is and the calibre that he can bring to that team. And you mentioned Archie there, he's come into the team. The most pleasing thing for me is the maturity. It looks like he's been playing first-class cricket for a long time. He relishes the challenge of opening the batting, which is incredibly difficult in this country. He wants to do that. He's demonstrated that he's got the capabilities for that, and has been outstanding with the ball.
And looking at the season as a whole and looking at the squad as a whole, where do you feel it needs strengthening for next year?
Well, you need strength in depth. There's always the comparative to champions in all formats, and I think from a bowling point of view, we need to try and strengthen that department. Obviously, coming into the back end of the season, if you've got that depth, it allows you to rest, rotate, and keep people fresh. Obviously, we threw everything at Old Trafford with Craig Overton, and that had an impact on this game that he's not available. So, to try and have what I sort of talk 6 first-class bowlers of quality that are going to influence games, it'd be great. But again, that might not be possible. And we saw Alfie come into the team this week and do a brilliant job.
Still got that problem with the opening partnership in the Championship there, haven't you?
Well, I think a lot of teams have. I think, look, if you look at the nature of opening the batting in domestic cricket, it's incredibly difficult. As we say, we've seen Archie do really well. Lammers did a brilliant job last year. Arguably got a hard time, but had done a really good job at the top of the order. There's not many openers that are averaging 40 in first-class cricket anymore, so the game's changing in that sense. So it's an issue. I won't say it's a problem, but it's an issue that actually we'd love to be 100 for none every game. Of course we would. The reality of first-class cricket, if you look the first 20 overs, the bowlers seem to be dominating the game, and if you can get through that period, teams are scoring heavily.
Finally, at the end of a very eventful season for Somerset, where's the balance between pride on the one hand and disappointment on the other?
I think, look, the raw emotion right now is frustration and disappointment. We're all human beings and we all want to be successful, and that's why we're here. The aims are incredibly high. We're incredibly ambitious as a club. And that's why it's important that we do have time to reflect, because chatting to the guys there, I'm incredibly proud of their efforts. I'm incredibly proud of some of the development. But you want to win. We want to be sat here celebrating what has been a remarkable season as opposed to a very good one.
Thanks very much. Well done. Thank you, Jace. Disappointment, obviously, at that defeat to Hampshire, but you fought all the way, not least yourself with that 59 and then the 3 wickets and 2 wickets with the first 2 balls of the Hampshire second innings. You must have thought then you were in with a real shout.
Yeah, I think so. I think we thought throughout there when we went out, I spoke to the lads about you never know. Obviously it's a low total and you'd expect them to chase them down, but you never know early polls, and a few things went a different way. Like we might have been able to sneak over the line, but ultimately we weren't quite good enough in this game to win it, which obviously was a shame. I don't think we quite had our best stuff this week, but yeah, it's obviously a disappointment.
Was it the first innings, the lack of runs in the first innings, that was the real problem?
I think both innings. I don't think the wicket was, I don't know, like 180, 120, 190. I don't think it was that kind of wicket. There was obviously a little bit in it with a new ball for the seamers, and did a little bit throughout. But yeah, we obviously didn't get enough runs first innings, and not even second innings as well. And yeah, they're obviously a quality team. They've obviously finished second for a reason, and they'll punish you.
The pitch seemed to be doing less for Somerset spinners today than it had done previously. Did it flatten out?
Yeah, it definitely didn't spin as much as the last couple of games, but I think even those wickets they weren't raging turners. I think they were sort of a couple balls an over would spin, and obviously the prep time probably didn't have as much prep time going into the wicket with the rain that we've had over the last week. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Both teams play on the same pitch, and yeah, they were better than us this week.
You've been carrying a bit of an injury over the last few weeks and done a lot of bowling. How are you feeling?
Done a lot more bowling than I was hoping to do, that's for sure. No, I had an injection before finals day, which helped. It is kind of worn off, so it didn't really help for this game. But yeah, part of bowling and part of playing sport is you're going to play in pain, and obviously bowling's not particularly easy on the body, and yeah, the guys are smacking back some pills at this time of year, so it's just one of those things comes to the territory.
I have to ask you about the hat-trick. You've never had one. You took the edge of James Vince's bat and it went to ground. That must have been a bit gut-wrenching.
Yeah, it's one of them, no slip catches easy, and you can't fault any of the guys that want to be in the slip cordon, and I guess be in those crunch moments in games where a nick can come your way. There, I do it. I've been there. It's not an easy place to take catches, so I don't think you can fault anyone for that. But yeah, it would have been an amazing thing to have on the career list, but it is what it is.
Looking back at the season, you must be very proud of the way that your team have performed, given that Somerset were not amongst the obvious favourites, particularly for the county championship at the start of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've come a long way as a group. I think we've still got a long way to travel, but look, we've done some amazing things this summer. It's been some amazing performances from guys. Lammer's nearly 1,000 runs. I think the way Bants has gone about his cricket this year, both obviously white ball and red ball cricket, and then the bowlers, obviously they truck in and they do their job. So look, there's been some outstanding stuff, and like I said, there's still a long way to go, and it's exciting for next year. I'm looking forward to next year already and what we can achieve, and this winter's obviously going to be built around how we can keep getting better.
And have you enjoyed, on balance, over the season, being captain?
Yeah, I've loved it. It's obviously not easy. There's some stressful moments, but look, we've got a great staff here, and we've got a great bunch of lads, which makes it that little bit easier, and some ultra talented players, which equally is nice to have at your disposal. So yeah, it's been fun, it's been hard, but yeah, it's been immensely enjoyable.
Thank you, Lewis.
Thank you, Lewis. Well, cheers. No worries. Cheers. Thank you. Cheers, guys, and you. Cheers.